recorded.
Perfect, right where we should be. Thank you. I'm gonna turn this over to our senior director of our enterprise and operational risk management group for some introductory comments. Paul, do you want to start us off?
Certainly can. Thank you for that. And just a quick sound check. Thank you very much. Just want to welcome everybody to today's session. This is a workshop. My name is Paul McGregor. I'm the Senior Director of Enterprise and Operational Risk Management for PG&E. A number of you know me. My prior couple of years with PG&E, I was the Director of Wildfire Risk Management, and I've appeared in front of the CPUC and the OEIS in a number of fronts, GRC, WMPs, etc. Prior to that, I served as a leader and a consultant to a number of the California utilities in SMAP and RAMP proceedings. So I'm quite familiar with this, and I know a number of the parties. So I want to say thank you for everybody that has joined. I want to thank in particular the members of the CPUC for hosting this workshop, and also members of the public who may have joined, and we certainly want to welcome your questions. As Steve alluded to, this is PG&E's third RAMP filing, previously filed in 2017 and 2020. These filings are a large company-wide effort, and it's quite a lift across the risk organization, the regulatory organization, the finance organization, and of course the functional areas are gas operations, electric operations, power generation, etc. So this is a big effort for a company. To reflect on something that the CPUC published in its decision, again, that Steve referred to, you'll hear to the decision in the RDF, which is the 2012-027 decision. There was a statement in there that basically says, with every RAMP filing, parties learn ways to improve upon the risk analysis. And that's really what we're trying to do here. Our desire is to build trust with the regulator, with the parties, and of course with the public through accountability in our filing and transparency in what we're doing with our risk analyses and the risks that we examine. Our overall objective, we call them stands at PG&E, is that everything and everyone is always safe. And this includes the operation safely and reliably of our energy system, so both gas and electric. During today's workshop, I really would encourage questions from all the parties and members of the public. Speakers will present their material. They'll pause at the end of every slide to give adequate time to handle questions and answers. This material will be heavy on the acronyms, and I apologize in advance for that. We've endeavored to define each of them, but if there's something that isn't defined or it's a quick question, feel free to use the public chat function, and somebody on our case team will be able to answer that quickly for you. I look forward to some engaging discussion today. And once again, thank you to CPUC and thank you to everybody that's joined.
We can move forward, I believe 2 slides.
And can I interrupt briefly? Francisco, could you please elevate Mr. Joseph Mitchell to panelist status, please? Okay, thanks, Ken. Please continue.
All right, so if we can advance the deck, I believe 2 slides.
Oh, tell me when to stop.
It's, you know what, I don't see it advancing on my screen.
That's odd. Huh? You don't see it advancing. What page are you on right now? What do you see?
I see the agenda slide.
You might need to start slideshow, perhaps. there's what we're seeing. It looks like you might not be in slideshow mode.
Go ahead and. Oh.
Ken, would you mind sharing from your screen instead? I'm having trouble pulling it up.
Get up. Ready to go. Swap this and let me try to present. Confirming you can see my screen and you see the presentation.
No, I do not. Yes, now something is popping up. Yes.
Okay, let me get my script off of the page. Great, excellent. Are we moving forward? Are we at introductions and the regulatory requirements? Steve, can you hear me?
Yeah, I see that.
So I'm going to move down to, are we on a slide called relationship between RAMP GRC and other proceedings?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, this is my slide. So the Commission's risk-based decision-making framework, which I think has been referred to already this morning, is a continuous cycle that examines methodologies used to assess risk through what used to be called the safety model assessment proceeding. Examines how utilities use those methodologies in relation to top safety risks and how that assessment informs a utility's subsequent rate case. I think we've talked about that a little bit on what this cycle is. There is an ongoing proceeding currently that is in phase 3. Just want to kind of demonstrate, where we are in the process. And we are again approaching PG&E's filing of its RAMP report on May 15th of this year. If we could go to the next slide, please. Oh, that's me. That's hilarious. I keep forgetting that I'm presenting. This is going to be fun. All right. Purpose of today's workshop. This meets the requirements that a utility will provide an initial selection of risks to be included in a RAMP filing. This workshop, we see this as an opportunity for PG&E to present and listen today, hear participant feedback ahead of the final determination of our final RAMP risks. So again, what we hear today from people will be considered. We will address it in our RAMP filing. So we are listening intently, and we're interested in comments and discussion throughout the course of today. And then lastly, of my slides, this is not our last workshop. We have this February 7th pre-filing workshop. We will work with Steve in the Safety Policy Division to set another workshop, tentatively kind of early April in my mind, to demonstrate our cost-benefit approach and adherence to the new requirements that were put forward in phase 2 of the risk-based decision-making framework. And then following that, as I said, May 15th is the filing of our RAMP report, and we will look to hold a post-filing workshop sometime in late May or early June. Again, we'll work with the Safety Policy Division to find the right time for that workshop. So this, again, just sets up I think a fair and transparent process for us to have discussion, work through our filing, and find improvement as we move forward. So I'll pause and see if there's any questions on my presentation this morning for the regulatory requirements and our expectations through this workshop process. And I'm having a hard time, again, seeing hands or chat just because I believe I'm sharing my screen and didn't anticipate that. So Steve, I'll need to lean on you for that. Okay. If there are no comments or questions, I'm going to turn this presentation over to Yumi Director of the Enterprise and Operational Risk Management Analytics Department.
Hey, Ken, I think that one actually goes back to me.
Oh,
And that's
my
okay.
fault.
That's all right. Yumi and I are quite happy to work in with you guys. Again, just for all the parties on the line, thank you for joining. The purpose of today is to preview PG&E's ramp risk selections for this ramp proceeding 2024. So the objectives here are to go through and basically get to that. So we've got this material up front for some robust discussion. But just wanted to make sure that I covered some of the procedural steps that Ken has alluded to. What we're doing here, basically everything that we've done in the preparation of our ramp risk and our selection is aligned with the decision 22-12-027 from the risk decision framework, also known as the risk OIR, also known as SMAP2 for anybody that has some confusion. They're very similar and we use those terms interchangeably. Today we'll stick with RDF as our governing framework. The RDF basically updates the SMAP settlement agreement from 2018, where we replace the MAVF, the multi-attribute value function, with a cost-based analysis approach, a cost-based approach, basically to increase transparency of how those calculations are performed and looking at investment decisions used to reduce risk in the programs. From RDF, there's a number of steps aligned there. Step 1 alpha is basically build that cost benefit approach. And my colleague Yumi is going to speak to you later on this morning in brief of how our CBA is constructed. And then we actually have the workshop, as Ken alluded to, potentially scheduled for April, where we'll go into that in a deeper dive. Step 1 Bravo, which is basically row 8 on the RDF, instructs the utility to identify the risks from the corporate risk register or the enterprise risk register. So for PG&E, that's about 27 or so risks. And we go through a process in step 2 alpha, where we identify the risks after we've gone through the CBA scoring mechanism and identify all risks with a greater score than 0. From that, we look at the top 40% of those risks, and we will get into those risks on this next page, and I've got some more detail for you as we follow through in our discussion. Step 2 Bravo, once we identify that top 40%, make any adjustments, we present that to the CPUC and the parties through this workshop and solicit input. That helps us determine our final ramp risks. We have our proposed or preliminary risks for today, and then we present those in our ramp report. That basically gets onto step 3 in the RDF, which is the mitigation analysis, and that will be filed in a ramp report May 15th, 2024. So just initially, as before we jump to the next page, we've gone through and we've identified 11 risks of our 27 that are the top 40% enterprise risk with a safety value greater than 0. Now, within that top 11, we also identified an electric transmission system-wide blackout risk, which is not actually funded under the jurisdiction of the GRC proceeding. So what we've done is, because that would effectively bump out another risk that is GRC funded, we have included failure of electric distribution underground into this risk selection process. So I'm going to pause at that. That's the process that we went through. If there's any questions on the process.
Paul, this is Tom Long. Good morning.
Hi, Tom.
Would you mind repeating what you just said about how the electric transmission, I'm sorry, the failure of electric distribution underground assets got included in your preliminary selection?
Yes, I certainly can, Tom. And I wonder, with your permission, can I jump to the next page, which is the risk list, and we can talk about that in a little bit of detail?
Sure.
Okay. If Ken can advance me. So attached here is the risk list that we scored, and this was sent out in the 14-day notice along with to the service list. This identifies the risks that we have in our corporate risk register, the 27 that were scored, and the 11 that came within the top 40%. Tom, your question, I believe, is number 12, failure of distribution underground assets. And as I said on the prior page, when we ranked our risks by safety risk value, and we've included both the safety risk value on the second to last column on the right, as well as the total risk score on that final column on the right, the electric transmission system-wide blackout came in at number 4. Now, when we calculate the top 40%, we get to that number 11. And because transmission is not funded through our GRC proceeding, it goes through our transmission owner proceeding, we decided to extend that line and include failure of electric distribution underground, which came in at number 12.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's what I needed to know. I have some more questions about this slide, but if you wanted to talk more about this slide, please feel free, and then I'll ask my questions after you're finished.
You got it, Tom. Let me walk through the slide, and then we'll have some conversation on this page. So the top risk that we've got here is no surprise to anybody, is wildfire. And this year we've modified that. It's wildfire with the consequential impacts of PSPS, Public Safety Power Shutoff, and EPSS, Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings. Mitigations that we use, actually controls that we use to control wildfire exposure in our high fire threat districts and high fire risk areas within our service territory. That comes in at a safety risk score of 342, placing it in the number 1 slot. That is unchanged from our prior ramp filing. Second one is loss of containment on a gas transmission pipeline, coming in at number 2. That one is basically reflective of a San Bruno type event. And for those of you that have been part of the SMAP and ramp process, San Bruno was one of the incidents that initiated this whole proceeding. So again, we understand this one comes in at number 2, and we respect that ranking. Number 3 is a slight redefinition of a prior risk. It is public contact with intact, energized electrical equipment. So this would be members of the public or contractors not employed by PG&E or engaged by PG&E working on or around energized equipment, making contact resulting in injury or fatality. So we see this with balloon contacts. We see people vandalizing our equipment. We see tree trimmers making accidental contact. So that's that new one at number 3. It's a redefined from the prior risk, which was third-party safety incident, which encompassed all of the facilities for PG&E. This one is focused on electric. Number 4, as we discussed, is electric transmission system-wide blackout. Number 5 is failure of electric distribution overhead assets. So that's an equipment failure, either as a result of a contact or PG&E failure. That one comes in at number 5. Contractor safety incident, number 6. Number 7 is employee safety incident. Number 8 is cybersecurity risk event. This is a new one for PG&E for 2024. We actually have a preview of it later today. So this is an interesting one to take a look at. And then towards the bottom, we have large uncontrolled release of water, basically a dam failure. That's a repeat from our prior ramp filings. Large overpressure downstream gas event, and loss of containment on gas distribution coming in at number 11. And as Tom and I were just discussing, number 12 is failure of electric distribution underground assets. So this is a tabular view. Those of you that have got the slide deck in advance, the next page is an illustrative tornado chart, which shows the relative size of those. So I'm going to pause here. Tom and I can go back to the questions you may have, and then I'll jump to the next page as we look at it illustratively.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Yeah, so I wanted to first note something about the safety risk value and the total risk value columns. And it struck me that for some of this, the total risk values, that safety is quite a small component of the total risk. Observation number 1. And observation number 2 is that safety is a much smaller percentage of the total risk score than was the case in the last ramp. I went back and looked at the last ramp scores and did some back of the envelope calculations. And I can see that, for example, with the wildfire risk, the prior ramp the safety score was 42% of the total score, whereas here it's 3.5%, which is kind of a notable difference. I chose another one, dam failure.
Mhm.
The prior ramp safety score was 59%. Here it's 5%. So I'll start by asking if PG&E has any comments on why this significant change has occurred. I'm not criticizing it. I'm just curious as to whether PG&E in doing these calculations had any thoughts about why this has happened.
Sure, Tom, thank you for the question. I appreciate your perceptiveness on looking at that. Since you and I have probably had more time over the years to look at these numbers in detail, I'm going to ask Ken if he can jump to page 59, which is in our appendix, and it actually has the expanded breakout of the multi-attributes for each of these risks. And I think I can answer your question there, and it might provoke some more discussion. So that's an appendix slide, page 59, I believe. And it's the breakout of each of the risk scores for each of the risks identified.
I'm going to drop down, Paul, but I don't have a good view into where I am and the way I'm sharing.
Okay, keep on going. Keep going. We're in the 30s, giving everybody a preview of this afternoon's fun. And that's it. Thank you very much, Ken. You're there. Just confirming, Tom, you can see page 59.
I've got it up on my other screen, so it's a little easier to see.
There you go.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. I do the same with multiple monitors. So on screen here, for anybody that's dialed into the call or for anybody that's watching, this is the breakdown of our 12 proposed ramp risks with the safety scores, the electric reliability scores, and the gas reliability scores, together with that financial component coming to the total risk score, which was depicted back on the tabular page that we sent out with the pre-scheduling notice. And Tom, just as you point out, what I believe you're saying is that the safety score seems smaller this time around than in the 2020 ramp filing. And I would agree with your observation there. This is something we've observed too. There's a couple of answers for that, and I certainly don't want to steal Dr. Oom's thunder as she comes on after me. But just to go there in a little bit of a preview, when we implemented the decision from CPUC to move to this cost-based approach with the monetized values of risk attributes, instead of an inferred value for certain attributes, namely safety, we used a VSL type calculation for safety, and it's approximately $15 million per safety incident. In addition, we were asked to use the ICE, the interruption cost estimate calculator for electric reliability, and that comes in about $3.23 per unit, per CMI unit, customer minute interrupted. So what we've observed this time in our calculations when we bring the MEVF into that total function is that the risks this time around have a very high reliability component. So just as you have observed there, you'll see a lot more reliability impact in the total risk score. Now, be aware that the ramp proceeding is ranking these by safety. So while the total number is in there and we're incorporating reliability in any future calculations, our ranking mechanism is through safety only. But yes, you are correct that we have seen a shift in the value of safety using the VSL and using the ICE calculator for reliability. I'll pause at that because I'm sure there's follow-on questions.
Well, I want to offer a comment. You're as is appropriate, and the purpose of this workshop, you're inviting comments and feedback. So, given this rather striking development, it raises the question of whether the ranking or the choice of risks to address in the ramp should continue to be based solely on ranking of safety scores, or whether it should be based on the full risk score. And I wonder whether PG&E did, if we could go, well, on slide 11, it's clear that, and maybe this is a good time to go back to slide 11. I know it's not easy for you, Ken, but I'm going to go back to it on my screen anyway. We don't have total risk scores for anything beyond the risk that's number 12. And it raises the question whether some of those risk scores might be high, and it's without that information, it's a little bit difficult to address the question of whether there are risks that should be added to PG&E's list, or others dropped because they're not on a total risk basis all that important. And by this, I understand that you're doing what the appendix to the RDF decision says. I'm not saying you didn't. I'm just saying, well, I guess first question is, did PG&E do risk scores for these other risks that you can share with us? Now let's start there. Full risk scores, I mean.
Okay, so Tom, I think you asked a number of good questions there, so let me respond to them in a couple of ways. First of all, thank you for acknowledging that PG&E followed the direction of the RDF and Appendix Alpha that supported that. That's exactly what we did, and these are ranked by safety risk scores, which is in the decision. It's in the SMAP settlement agreement, and it's also in the RDF decision. I do support your thoughts and have curiosity around, should RAMP be safety only, or should RAMP be safety and reliability, or total risk scores? But I do believe the discussion for that is the RDF framework, which is underway for its next phase. So that conversation should probably be held as part of that, where all of the parties can opine their opinions. For the purposes of the 2024 RAMP, PG&E is following the RDF to the letter. So that's my initial response to that. With regards to other risk scores, again, PG&E has scored all of the 27 risks that you see on this page. So I know what the risk scores are. The rules or the order doesn't instruct us to share those. Some of them I don't think are relevant to the discussion. I am aware that those that are heavily scored from a reliability perspective would probably show up and would be of a higher total risk score. What I mean by that is, as you'll see, we're exploring a new risk at line item 14, which is electric transmission overhead asset failure. That one carries with it a lot of reliability impact downstream in transmission and also distribution. So that one does have a relatively higher total risk value compared to its safety score.
Does PG&E have any objection to sharing that information with us, since the calculations exist?
Could I take that question, Tom, and confer with our legal team as to our interpretation of the rules, and we will get back to you? So I ask that somebody on my team make a note, and Tom, we can get back to you on that one.
Great, that's fair.
I'm gonna jump in and interrupt this for a little bit. Francisco from IT will be able to share the screen, his screen, to control the slides from this point on. So let's do the switch right now. So Ken, I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that. So.
I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you.
Just
Francisco, are you there?
yes, it'll be my coworker Marcos Rodriguez who will be sharing his screen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, coming back to this, I wonder if there's any other questions from the parties or members of the public on the proposed risk list. And if not, I'll jump to page 12, which may provoke some more questions. Yeah.
Yeah, Joseph Mitchell, Mussey Grid Road Alliance. A couple quick questions. I thought I heard you say $15 million per safety incident. Did you mean to say $15 million per equivalent fatality, or are those defined to be the same thing?
That's correct, Joseph. We're talking $15.3 million as the VSL for each equivalent fatality. So you have
Okay,
multiple
thanks.
fatalities, it's a multiplier.
And then another question regarding the blackout risk from both transmission and distribution. And you also have a cybersecurity component. Now, of course, one of the goals of a cybersecurity attack would probably be to cause widespread blackouts. So that does the existing risk for blackout include cybersecurity as a root cause, or would that then be handled completely separately as a cybersecurity risk?
I think that's a good question. Thank you for that one. Our cybersecurity team will be on this afternoon to discuss their risk. It is quite technical in nature, so I would defer specific questions to them. We do have a number of scenarios that flow through that. As you recall, in 2020, cybersecurity was a cross-cutting factor in PG&E's ramp assessment, and we had a contribution to a number of risks from that. This year, it's a standalone risk, but we've done our best to make sure that these risk events are mutually exclusive. So the electric transmission system-wide blackout is not reflective of a cybersecurity event.
Thanks.
And Paul, I had another question, if I don't want to get in the way of anybody else, but I wanted to just give you a chance to speak to, it's not listed here, but how PG&E is treating the climate risk. I've just lost track of how that's being dealt with and why it's not listed as one of the risks that gets a score.
I think that's a great question again, Tom. Thank you for that. Climate is being integrated into our ramp risk scoring. There's a number of specific risks that I don't have off the top of my head that are impacted. It tends to be the electric assets. As we see increasing temperatures, increasing flooding, they tend to be the impacted one. Obviously, that includes our dams, etc. So yes, we have included, say, climate as a cross-cutting factor as an input to a number of our risks, and that will be in our ramp report.
Well, just let's hang on there for a second. So a reason the selection of ramps is significant is that it's the initial cut on which mitigations get scores that they're going to, in the new framework, they're going to get cost benefit ratios calculated. So if there are mitigations that are really driven by the climate risk, but climate risk is not represented here, and I guess there's a concern. I have a concern that those mitigations are not going to get cost benefit ratios. Is my concern misplaced?
Hi, Tom. I will answer the question. Essentially, the climate change impact is embedded in the risk scores across all of the risks, either through the frequency or consequence multipliers. And so if there are specific climate related mitigations, the cost benefit analysis can reflect that.
Right. I guess I wonder whether there are risks that may fall lower on this, but that have significant climate change components. I think Paul mentioned electric distribution assets, transmission assets. I don't know if you mentioned transmission assets, but that may be affected by heating, or I could see things being affected by increased flooding. So that could be substation assets, it could be underground assets, could be overhead assets. And some of those risks fall outside of what's getting scoped for ramp. But I wonder whether we're missing something by not including the climate risk as its own separate risk and mitigations that are designed to address that. I guess, Yumi, what you're saying is that the impact of that of what PG&E is treating as a cross-cutting factor would be an amplifier of these risk scores. Is that accurate?
It is accurate, but these are based on 2027 risk values as it's required. And full climate impact will show up in probably later years with more magnitude. And so this 2027 view may not fully account for all of the climate change impacts. And I believe those are being discussed in the risk OIR and CAVA.
Yeah, well, let me just make a note that I want to raise the question of whether this selection of risks adequately encompasses the risks associated with climate change and the mitigations that PG&E may be proposing that are driven significantly by climate change impacts, because PG&E will be planning for climate change impacts, and I assume not just for 27 and the GRC period, but beyond, and be thinking about what sorts of mitigations it wants to put in place, or it thinks are necessary to put in place to address those longer term impacts. And if we're going to see recommendations in the GRC that are based on longer term risks, it would be good to have some quantification of those longer term risks and not just the non-quantitative discussions that are the reason why we've gone, that used to be the norm, that and the reason why we're doing all this is because we want to have quantitative data in addition to the other discussions that come up in GRCs.
Yeah, Tom, I thank you for your question. With regards to climate, we do file alongside our RAMP, our climate and vulnerability assessment. That's something that we put in. I do know there are a number of our risks here that we do have a climate multiplier, climate adjustment in as we score these risks. But as Yumi pointed out, this is our 2027 base year. So this is using our risk knowledge as of 2023, early 2024, using our budget plans and work plans through 2026 to give us our 2027 base year. And then our RAMP report focuses on the 2027 to 2030 period. So any mitigations that would be done in that time frame could reflect some climate impact. Obviously, we're looking at further out with regards to longer term climate impacts, as we will discuss in the CAVA filing.
Well, I guess maybe the question is, I don't think it's, am I wrong in thinking that PG&E may be proposing in its next GRC mitigations designed to ready the company to deal with the longer term impacts that are not necessarily, that might not necessarily bring a lot of risk reduction in the 4 years of the GRC period, but that might be modeled to set the stage for bigger risk reductions in years beyond the rate case period.
Let me try to convey that even if this particular risk scores that you are seeing in this list of RAMP safety risks, includes the climate change impact for 2027. However, when we evaluate the mitigations that we propose to do for 2027 through 30, those benefits will have long-term benefits that goes out to, let's say, 2050 or 60. In the mitigation benefits, risk reduction values that we use there includes the climate change impact that we apply for 2050 and 60 into the benefit cost calculation through the NPV analysis, as you're familiar. And so it does include the benefits from the climate change impacts on the mitigations that are being implemented in 2027 through 30.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. I think the issue, I think, for today is the scope of risks that are going to be analyzed and for which cost benefit ratios are going to be calculated sufficient, or do we need to think about including other risks? And I think my question is, when you think about what sorts of mitigations PG&E may be proposing that are more future oriented, are we going to be missing useful quantified data about the cost effectiveness of those when taking into account the longer term climate change risk? It's a question of whether we have a sufficient list of risks.
I'm just going to jump in and say I think we've heard this feedback and we're in a position to consider it as we move forward. So really appreciate the comments. And
sure. Yeah. Thanks for the discussion.
Thank you, Tom. It's a good question to ask. And if I can ask Marco to jump to the next page, I believe it's page 13.
I have one quick question. Sorry, I've had my hand up. Oh, just want to clarify in the previous slide, the electric transmission overhead failure. I can't remember the exact title. That one does not include wildfire, right?
That's correct, Wendy. The electric transmission overhead failure, which is not a risk we're proposing for RAMP, is failures on the transmission system not related to wildfire. Our wildfire bow tie incorporates transmission, distribution, and secondary and services voltages, which we'll discuss in this afternoon's deeper dive.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay. I cannot see any other hands, so if there's any out there, prepare to take them. Otherwise, I'll continue. Okay, so for each of the RAMP risks that we're proposing, there are 12, as we depicted on the previous slides. For discussion today, we've got some initial deeper dives scheduled for later today. The employee safety incident risk will be discussed, along with cybersecurity incident, and then also the loss of containment gas transmission, wildfire, and with PSPS and EPSS that we know is going to be a lengthy discussion, and also failure of distribution electric overhead assets. So each of those risks are defined, and they're on this page for you to have a look at. And some of my colleagues will be on following myself and Yumi's presentation, and we'll get moving into the deep dives of those. The additional 7 risks that we intend to present in our RAMP report are public contact of intact energized electrical equipment with its definition, transmission system-wide blackout, so this might help explain a little bit more about what we're looking at here from a cascading perspective. Failure of distribution underground, which we were discussing on the prior page. It's the other half of our system that is the underground side of it. It's about 26,000 miles of underground mainline cables. On the gas side, we have loss of containment on gas distribution and large overpressure event from gas M&C facility. On the energy supply stuff, large uncontrolled release of water, and then from shared services to partner with the employee safety, we have a contractor safety incident. So all in all, we've got 5 risks from our electric operations. We have 3 risks from our gas operations, 3 from shared services, and 1 from energy supply / power generation. So I'll pause again. And if there's no questions, I'll jump to page 14, which I think will provoke some more discussion. Page 14 is a depiction of what moved between 2020 and 2024 from a risk ranking perspective. These risks are color-coded. As we discussed on the prior page, you'll see the green ones that are electric operations. The gas is represented by the red dots, energy supply by the blue, and shared services by that yellow-orange color. Not much has changed in general. There are two new risks that we've added to this list, electric transmission system-wide blackout and cybersecurity event. These are two new ones for 2024, and they insert themselves at number 8 and number 4. So obviously there's some push down effect with these ones coming in. We've also redefined a number of the risks to focus on the specific risk event. In 2020, wildfire was wildfire standalone. For 2024, we're looking at redefining wildfire to include the controls of PSPS and EPSS. It stays number 1. Also, we've redefined the third-party safety incident to focus on contact with intact energized electrical equipment. What we've taken out of that risk is effectively incidents involving members of the public having a safety incident with regard to assets we may own, such as our lakes and dams and conveyances, those kind of things. And we found the home for those in their specific bow ties, which are either managed on our corporate risk register or within our functional area risk register. So this time, this one is focused clearly on public contact with the electrical system. Just moving down that list, we see a few that have moved. Distribution overhead moves up. As you can see, it moves from number 9 to rank 5 in 2024. That is predominantly driven by the inclusion of the reliability scores, as we saw. This is the safety scoring, but there is a reliability component which influences the indirect safety consequences of an extended outage. That's something that we were requested to do by a number of parties in the last proceeding. So we've done so, and as a result, it jumps up from number 9 to number 5. Some of these other risks have not exactly fallen. It's just the incorporation of the indirect safety pushes some of them further down the list. And then lastly, as we said, we have redefined the failure of electric distribution underground. On the last ramp showing, it was focused only on the network underground, which is what we have in the San Francisco Financial District, some of Oakland, the interconnected network to maximize reliability. And what we've done is we've expanded that risk to include the network, but also the radial networks that we have in our hometowns and communities. So that's a quick overview of what changed. A couple of them did drop off the list, as we said. That would be our real estate and facilities failure and motor vehicle incident. They fall out of this list from our ramp showing. Reasons for that, as you guys know, PG&E has moved from the downtown San Francisco area to the Oakland area. The building is of a different construct. We've taken into consideration the hybrid work model that we've got, and as a result, that one drops off. Motor vehicle safety, we made some adjustments to that particular risk in the way we're collecting the events, and for motor vehicle safety, the non-preventable motor vehicle incidents go into the employee safety risk, and the rest, as a result, the risk falls down in the ranking. Now, I know this will cause some questions, so to generate those, we've got an illustrated version on page 14 here, and then also, I believe it's appendix page 60 for those of you that are reading in the background. We've got a little bit more detail of why some of these things moved, whether it be modeling changes, whether it be data incorporation, or whether it be a change to the actual way we observe the risk. So I'll pause at that.
So Paul, I have my hand raised. If I can ask a couple of questions. First, I believe, but tell me if I'm wrong about this. There's nothing in the rules about how you're to do this selection process that limits the risks to 12, right? Or it says you have to have a certain number, right?
No, there's nothing. It asks that we include the top 40%, which from our risk scoring is 11 of the 27, and we've expanded that to 12.
Right, got it. And then the two risks that you've labeled new, number 4 in the 2024 ramp, the number 4 and number 8, are those ones that are appearing for the first time in PG&E's risk register, or they just made this list because their calculations came in at those higher numbers?
I believe these, subject to check, Tom, I believe these are on the risk register and have been for some time. We've just broken them out into standalone risks. The system-wide blackout, I know, has been on our enterprise risk register for some time. Cybersecurity, I think, was on it, so we will get back to you and let you know. But that one was in prior ramp filing a cross-cutting factor, so it was a driver on a number of risks as opposed to a standalone risk.
Okay, cybersecurity was cross-cutting, and
That's correct.
and electric transmission blackout, your operating theory is that it was included in a larger blackout risk, or
Oh,
No,
it was a standalone risk since 2019.
Okay.
So it was the risk in 2020 ramp evaluation time. However, at the time, we didn't evaluate the safety component of this risk because it was mostly reliability related. This time, as Paul alluded, we have included indirect safety from the reliability, and that's how this risk shows up in the safety risk ranking.
Okay, and Paul, could you remind me? Oh, it's 59. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick look at 59. So for electric
please
transmission,
try page 60 if it's not 59.
I think it's 59. Yeah, okay. All right, so that gives a breakdown of the scores. So
Jump to the next one, Tom. And
So-
I'll ask Marco to go to page 60 by my deck.
oh,
60.
okay, I'm interested in this electric distribution. I'm sorry, electric transmission system-wide blackout included indirect safety. I see, but that it's just a little bit unclear to me why that puts it over the top. It's not a particularly high score.
It brings in, as you may alluded to, the indirect safety, where we've modeled outages and the impact from a large scale outage greater than 8 hours, if I recall correctly, and the indirect safety component using a similar methodology as we did when we evaluated the consequences for PSPS.
And now I realize because the rankings for this selection process are based on safety scores. If there wasn't a safety score before, then it wouldn't have made this
That's correct.
based ranking. Okay, got it. Okay, all right, thanks.
I have a quick question, Paul. And
Yes.
so I've been thinking about the wildfire, the new definition with PSPS and EPSS. Do you think that actually drastically reduced the safety component? Because are you basically saying this is the risk from wildfire, assuming we are going to do yes when it's required, or when, and then we're going to also be using EPSS. So this is the safety risk after those two things?
Yes, Wendy. So let me touch on that one and encourage you to re-ask your question this afternoon when we have our wildfire team on. The total risk score that we're displaying on the pages I presented, page 12, page 13, etc., you're seeing a risk score of about 9.7 billion. That is in conjunction with PSPS and EPSS. If you were to look at wildfire without PSPS and EPSS controls, you'd be in the region of $20 billion. Okay, that value is being reduced, and they have a nice waterfall chart to walk you through it that I'll let them present this afternoon. It basically takes wildfire down from about $20 billion in impact, take off about 16 for the effects of those controls, and then add back on approximately 5 billion for the reliability impacts of PSPS and EPSS, which have indirect safety as well, obviously, and you get that $9.7 billion score. So the score that you're seeing is the controlled version of wildfire incorporating PSPS and EPSS.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Paul, there's a hand raised from Eileen. I don't know how to pronounce the last name. Halfclair.
Okay. And again, if I could ask Marco to turn to page 14, which is the last slide we were discussing. There we go. Thank you. Hello, Eileen.
Hello, thank you. I'm at the CPUC as well. I have a question on this slide about the loss of containment on gas distribution main or service. Can you go over what are the main drivers of it dropping from position 6 to position 11?
Sure. I would remind everybody that this is rankings, and as we get lower on the list of risk scores, those rankings are small, okay, as in the difference between the next level. So I wouldn't say that while the illustrative may depict that loss of containment gas distribution falls, I think what you're seeing is that the ones above it have a higher safety component. Some of that introduced by the reliability impacts and the indirect safety consequences from reliability. So gas loss of containment, gas distribution stays as one of our top risks. It just falls slightly down the ranking, or it's displaced by those above it.
I see. So maybe its absolute assessment didn't change that much, but others moved above it.
I think that's fair, yeah. And I'm looking at page 60, which is some of the details that the team presented as to the changes in the modeling. There's a number of adjustments to the model for that, but I don't believe its relative score changed by much.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other hands up.
Hi, Paul, this is Jalal, if I may.
Hi.
Quick question following up on the question regarding wildfire risk with PSPS and enhanced protection settings. Is the impact of those controls, is that considered in some of the other risks that are mentioned in the 2024 ramp?
No, I would consider EPSS and PSPS to be a control for wildfire. While it does have some benefits or some impacts on our reliability at our distribution level, it's not explicitly modeled into any of these other risks. We do appreciate that the use of EPSS has consequences to reliability, as does PSPS. So it finds itself most applicable to the wildfire risk, with some impact to the distribution overhead, which again, we're going to discuss this afternoon in some more detail.
Okay, thank you.
And I just wanted to mention that for those who don't know, Jalal is a newish turn analyst. He joined us several months ago.
Okay, I'm not sure how we're doing on time, folks. That is the end of my presentation materials. Next up, I do have my colleague, Dr. Yumi who is going to present a high-level overview of the implementation of our cost-benefit approach.
Hey, thank you, Paul. Could you go to next slide? Thank you. So now I will present you the overview of the cost-benefit approach that was used to come up with safety risk score value and total risk values that were shown in earlier slides. But the minimum requirement related to the risk analysis to present in the ramp and GRC were set in detail in the RDF decision that's named in here. And as mentioned earlier, PG&E's 2024 ramp will be the first ramp with the cost-benefit approach applied and its detailed implementation. will be further discussed in the cost-benefit approach demonstration workshop that we are planning for in April. Today, though, I will just briefly go over the summary of that implementation in relation to the risk calculation and leave more detailed discussions to the workshop to be scheduled in April. So this slide essentially shows the steps of deriving the risk value for each attribute as described in row 1 through 13 of the appendix of the RDF decision. The attribute refers to the aspect of risk event that reflects the objective of the utility, like safety, reliability, and financial, as you heard. Then the potential outcomes of those attributes from a risk event is specified in its natural units, like fatalities, equivalent fatalities for safety, and then converted into the monetized levels of an attribute by using a constant multiplier, which we call value of attributes. Then risk analysis. Since any risk analysis should involve the uncertainty, and the degree of uncertainty in the consequences of any risk event varies. Low frequency, high consequence events have higher uncertainty associated with the estimate versus high frequency, low consequence event have lower uncertainty associated with the estimate. And thus the RDF decision allows to apply risk attitude function to account for the attitude towards the uncertainty. So monetized levels of an attribute is multiplied by or applied by risk attitude function to derive risk adjusted levels of an attribute. Then this value in row 7, risk adjusted levels of an attribute is the same unit across all attributes like safety, reliability, and financial. And that unit is which we call risk adjusted dollars. Then that can be summed over. So when we add them all together for all attributes, the consequence of risk event or core value can be computed. In the presentations that you will see for each individual risk later on, you will see the core value a lot, and that's what this value means. It's risk adjusted levels of an attribute as a result of a risk event summed over for all attribute from safety through the financial. And then once we compute the core value, which is the consequence of the risk event, by multiplying with the likelihood of risk event, we get the risk value. Any questions? Okay, so next slide, I will go over a couple of highlights of the changes that we have made this year. So for the safety attribute, something that's different from 2020 ramp is that, as we have discussed a few times now, we are incorporating indirect safety sub-attribute. In 2020 ramp, PG&E didn't include this portion in the risk analysis, but we have received feedback from you around this issue. And then, for example, joint motion filed by KPA and VITA requested PG&E to analyze the full safety, health, and financial consequences of the PSPS, which de-energized the lines to prevent a catastrophic wildfire, which has a significant reliability consequences potentially. So in response, PG&E included potential safety impacts that could result from a long duration outages like PSPS in the risk analysis that we presented in test year 2023 GRC. So for 2024 ramp, we are expanding the inclusion of this indirect safety to all reliability risks using similar approach that was used for assessing potential indirect safety impacts from outage PSPS. So specifically, what we have done for assessing the PSPS is the widespread blackout events in the industry were reviewed, and in order to estimate the relationship between safety consequences and the outage event. So the data sources represent a variety of events and many factors that impact the injuries and fatalities other than just power outages, of course, indicating high uncertainty around this relationship between mortality and the extent of the power outage. So PG&E modeled this uncertainty using exponential probability distribution with a mean of 6 fatality per 1 billion customer minutes interrupted, which is based on the power outage related fatality estimates and customer minutes interrupted from these 6 events listed in here. Of course, that relationship may not apply to the short duration outages, like a couple of hours of outage or 1 hour, 1 hour duration outages. So in order to avoid overestimating indirect safety impact from short duration outages, PG&E only included these indirect safety impacts to outages that's longer than 8-hour duration. So any questions on this slide before I move on to the value of attributes?
Yes, Yumi, I do have a question. This is Tom from Turn. Outages, this could be outages for any reason that are longer than 8 hours that are being modeled. Is that right?
Yes.
So it would include outages resulting from disconnection of service?
Yes.
Okay. Is PG&E modeling outages from disconnection of service in its analysis?
Could you clarify what's the disconnection of the service mean?
Disconnection of service means the customer loses their service. Often it's for non-payment because of affordability problems.
We have not included that in here. It's not the scope of the risk event that we are discussing for this and the enterprise risks.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, could you go to the next slide? Okay, so the second step to convert natural units of attributes to the monetized levels of an attribute to be in the same units of dollars for the consequences of a risk event. This slide shows the specific values that we have used to do that. The RDF decision listed approved the use of specific sources of information to determine the value of each attribute. So for safety, it directed to use the Department of Transportation value of statistical life and adjust that for base year for the specific year of the ramp filing, given that DOT VSL value was probably 2012 base value. And also the decision stated that IOUs can use an alternative VSL within the high-low ranges provided by HHS. I believe that's Department of Health and Human Services value. So the base value of the DOT VSL is based on federal value or United States average value of consumer price index and real weekly earnings data. So PG&E adjusted this value to account for higher consumer price index and real income for California compared to the average in the United States. This adjustment has resulted in about 20% higher value than escalated value from 2012 DOT VSL. So this resulted in $15.3 per equivalent fatality in 2023 dollar. So for electric reliability, the IOU shall use the most recent or most current version of the Lawrence Berkeley Lab interruption cost estimate calculator, which we call ICE calculator. The most current version is version 1.0. In that tool, PG&E plugged in parameters specific for PG&E, and we got $3.23 per customer minutes interrupted on average. For gas reliability, the decision directed to use the implied dollar value from the MAVF used in the most recent ramp filing. So for PG&E, that's 2020 ramp filing. That value is $15.42 per customer impacted in 2023 dollars. So I will pause it here. Anyone have any questions?
Hi, Yumi. Yeah, just a quick question on the gas reliability dollar per customer. It's per customer, not per minute. Can you explain that?
Yes, our natural unit for gas reliability, as it was in MAVF, it's customer impacted rather than customer minutes interrupted. So it's expressed as dollar per customer impacted per outage.
And can you just explain why it's done in terms of per customer as opposed to per minute?
It's different from electric data where the duration of the outage is available in an accurate level per customer. For gas reliability outages, first, it doesn't happen often, and also the data around the duration of the outage is not hour by hour. That duration information is not readily available. So instead of trying to estimate the duration of the gas reliability event, we opted to use the customer impacted per outage.
Okay, thank you. So just so you know, sometimes I ask questions just because I'm curious. I'm not necessarily trying to make a point. I'm just trying to understand.
Yes, understood.
Yumi, I had a quick question on the VSL value, the 15.3 million figure.
Yes.
Is that adjusted for 2027 or is it?
27? No, this was adjusted to 2023. So
Okay.
this $2023, and so for the future years, we will escalate using the inflation rate.
And is there a particular reason for using DOT estimates as opposed to, say, Health and Human Services or EPA VSL estimates that are 8 to 10 million from my last reading?
This is from the decision 2212 OSET 27. It directed to use the base value of the DOT VSL.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question.
Okay.
So on this slide, I'm just curious, will you be providing each risk attribute calculation as you're discussing here to the ramp analysis so we can see how the calculation were done?
You mean the calculation of these specific values that we show here?
Exactly.
Yes, we will. And then we will share more details in the April workshop.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. I see no other questions. Could you move on to the next slide? Thank you. So now moving on to the risk additive function, as I explained earlier, this risk additive function is to convert monetized value to the risk adjusted value to account for the attitude towards the uncertainty. PG&E used risk averse function, which is seen as the convex function, as you see on the bottom right chart, to do that. The shape of the function, as you can see, it's divided into three areas, and that is informed by a common risk financing strategy given the risk. So if you look at the left-hand side chart, for high frequency, low level of consequences, firms usually often assume the losses under a certain amount as the deductibles of the insurance, and they absorb that risk. It's called retention strategy, and that's just translated into the risk additive function on the blue part as a linear function with a slope of 1, basically risk neutral area. And then the middle area with low probability but higher magnitude loss amounts, firms transfer those losses through the insurance contracts to cover the uncertainty. And that is translated with higher slope than 1. So in the middle region on the right graph, insurance-based region there, the slope is PG&E used 2 as a slope in the risk additive function based on the loss ratio data from insurance brokers for provided to the PG&E. And then the third area for catastrophic losses, where there is a huge uncertainty on the likelihood and consequences, firms use catastrophic bonds, cat bonds, to transfer such catastrophic risks that could happen with high uncertainty. The premiums used, premiums paid for that cat bonds compared to the expected loss calculated for those cat bonds are available, publicly available. And so we use that information to inform how those uncertainties are actually priced in the market, depending on how the actual firms transacted on those cat bonds. And so that multiplier of 7.5, basically the slope on the last area, was informed by cat bonds data, looking at the ratio between the premiums or the cost of the cat bonds divided by the expected value of potential losses. That represents how the market prices the catastrophic uncertainty. Okay, I will. Okay.
Yumi, I do have a question about this slide. Could you speak generally to how the use of PG&E's use of a risk-averse risk attitude function affected the safety and other values that you calculated, that is shown on slide 11, compared to the use of a risk neutral function?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the question. So the risk neutral value is multiplier of 1, and then risk adjusted value using this risk additive function, the multiplier of that to the monetized levels of attribute, that varies depending on the type of the risk event. And so if we go back to the list of the risks, some of the catastrophic risks like wildfire or dam safety events or loss of containment on gas transmission risk or system-wide blackout risk, those risks with higher uncertainty around the probability of catastrophic event as well as the consequence, the range of the multiplier would vary from maybe 2 to 6.
That's helpful. Thank you. Thank you. Is that information something you can share with us, the different multipliers that are used for the different risks?
Yes, so it's not like we are applying different multipliers to different risks. We would simulate the potential consequences that could happen from each risk event. And for each of the simulated events, we would use this risk additive function to convert monetized to the risk adjusted level. And then when we aggregate them all together and compare that with the monetized value, we get implied multiplier at the risk level, and we can definitely share that result because it's part, the monetized value is part of the output.
Okay, in other words, you can share these implied multipliers you just
Yes,
referenced.
yes,
Yeah.
implied multiplier is.
Okay, that's helpful. And then the other thing is, I presume then that means that you would be able to tell us or maybe have already calculated what the values would be for the safety scores and the overall scores if you used a risk neutral
Yes,
function.
yes,
That's something you can share too?
yes.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So I guess you give me one more question. So are there any of these risks, any of these scores on slide 11 that would go down if you used a risk neutral? I'm sorry, that go down by virtue of using a risk averse function as opposed to a risk neutral function, or are they all higher?
There will be risks that will drop out of this top 40% of the safety risk that we provided.
I see. Which would those be?
Let me look. I think the thing that I can think of, well, how about we paste in the chat? I believe there are a couple of risks that were for out of the
Yeah,
list.
if you want
I
to.
don't want to guess. Yes.
Yeah, sure. That's really fine. Yeah, if you're able to maybe report back on that
Sure.
later in the workshop, that would be great.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next slide. So now moving out of the how we calculate the risk value, I just want to point out that all of the risks values that we presented in the ranking sheet as well as in the later presentations and what's going to be presented in the RAMP report as the base year is 2027. And the test year 2027 risk values will include the impact of the mitigations that PG&E plans to do over the course of current GRC period from now until 2026 and reflect the benefit of those mitigations in that baseline risk scores for 2027. So I wanted to mention that there are differences in 2023 baseline that we currently see how the trajectory of the risk will be in the absence of the further mitigations. And then we would show 2027 test year baseline, which we call in our models as used to in the previous GRC and RAM. We will be showing that orange line for 2027 value. And then the post mitigation line is the green line that we are hoping to achieve through our proposed mitigations for next GRC period. Any questions on this?
I have a question. This is CJ. So for the current GRC cycle, did you use the information in the most recent decision, or did you use information that you submitted in the GRC application?
For computing the values so far, right at this moment, for what's included in the slide 11, we have used our best estimates for what's going to be done in from 2024 through 6, which may or may not be the same as what the GRC decision may have provided, given the timing, and also the internal planning for those time period didn't happen yet. So,
Okay, thanks. That's helpful.
okay, with that, that concludes my section.
Steve, I'd like to propose just a 5-minute break instead of a 15-minute. We're a little bit behind, and I'd like to put the employee safety team.
Yeah, sure. Ken.
So 11:40, is that acceptable?
Yeah, sure. Let's take a 5-minute break and come back at 11:40. Okay, we're back. Can I have some questions for Yumi, if I may ask her?
Yeah,
I'll wait for Yumi.
absolutely.
I don't think is she
Steve
back
should
yet?
have-
Okay.
Quick mic check, Ken.
Cornelius, you sound great.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Steve, Yumi may have stepped away for a second. Do you want to wait until after the employee safety presentation, or should I try again?
Let's see. We have a time built in for Q&A later, right? So,
We
I
do.
can ask those questions during that session. Sure.
Awesome. So let me kind of kick this off. So we have moved through, I think, the preliminary discussion on ramp risk selection and the methodology behind that. We're moving into where we have selected a number of risks, 5 risks from our ramp risk list to come and present. To talk about those risks, up today first is going to be employee safety incident led by Heather Noble, Senior Director of Occupational Health, and Cornelius Morgan, Senior Director of Operational Safety. So I'd ask for us to go to the, let's see, what slide is it? I believe it's slide 22. Okay, so I'm going to turn this over to Heather and Cornelius for their presentation. And then Steve, just administratively, to the extent we can move through cybersecurity incident, which is next before lunch, that would be great, but we can talk about that after this presentation.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. Again, my name is Heather Noble. I'm the Senior Director of Occupational Health here at PG&E. And we'll be co-presenting with Cornelius. If we could perhaps get the slides to be bigger, slideshow perhaps, be easier for everyone to see.
Marcos, are you back yet? Marcos? Or Francisco? Huh.
Let me know if you're able to see the slides right now.
No, we cannot.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Would you like me to share these slides?
Give me 1 second, because what happens is that when I'm sharing my screen, it doesn't allow me to see other options on the WebEx. So give me 1 second.
No worries.
apologize.
I do have it primed if that helps.
If you want to go ahead and do that, and I can have Francisco assist me with the next one.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Heather.
Very
Is it
good.
full screen? Are we good? Excellent.
Yep. Thank you so much. All right. So again, our chapter is on employee safety. We're here to define the risk as any PG&E employee incident resulting in a serious injury or a fatality to a PG&E employee, a PG&E contractor, or a member of the public, but it excludes incidents resulting from asset failure or equipment malfunction. In scope are PG&E employee DART cases. So those are days away, restricted or transferred, injuries that occur and require either time off of work or modified duty. So that's the definition of DART. And then it also includes the serious injury and fatalities that are not the result of an asset failure. It includes public serious injuries or fatalities resulting from an employee safety incident, and PG&E contractor serious injury or fatalities resulting from an PG&E employee safety incident. Out of scope are PG&E employee recordable injuries and fatalities resulting from the failure of an asset, not due to employee error. And PG&E employee serious injury incidents that are the result of a preventable motor vehicle incident. The tranche development was based on PG&E serious injury and fatality incident data based on the functional areas and includes both potential and actual serious injuries and fatality incidents. And the tranches are PG&E office-based employees and PG&E field employees, further broken down by functional area, including electric operations, gas operations, generation, and other. And the other category consists of customer and communications, utility operations, IT telecom, aviation, materials management, and engineering, planning, and strategy. We can move to the next slide if there are no questions. Very good. And Cornelius is going to cover the evolution of our ramp over these last 3 chapters.
Thank you, Heather. Good morning, CPUC and all parties involved in this meeting today. Employee safety incident evolution in 2017 ramp filing, the risk drivers were PG&E Cal OSHA recordable injury data divided into 7 claim cause categories. At that time, we did not have any tranches. We had a separate risk for evaluating occupational health programs. There was identified a lack of fitness for duty program awareness, and we had some overlap with employee safety. In 2017, the safety risk rank was 1 from a ramp perspective. Evolving to 2020 ramp filing, the risk drivers were PG&E Cal OSHA recordable injury data, divided into 35 claim cause categories. We identified 2 tranches, office-based and field-based employees, combined with the FFD program awareness with employee safety incident risk for comprehensive analysis, and the safety consequences were Cal OSHA serious injury definition. The 2020 ramp risk safety rank was ranked 5. Evolving to 2024 ramp filing, the risk drivers were key to life focus areas, SIF incident investigation cause information, sub drivers, and DART cause claim categories. We identified 5 tranches, office-based and field employees broken out into electric operation, gas operation, generation, and other. The safety consequences of PG&E SIF definition align with the PG&E SIF metrics and CPUC defined SIF actuals. The DART cases included minor injuries based off the National Transportation Safety Board AIS classification, and in 2024 Ramp following our safety risk rank is 7. I will pause. There are no questions, Ken. We can go to the next slide. Thank you.
You know, Cornelius, I don't have great visibility into chat since I'm sharing my screen. So if someone could confirm there are no questions, I can move forward.
I don't see any hands raised as of yet. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. So we will move to our bow tie slide here, and wanted to point out that DART cases, again, those are the days away restricted or transferred cases, make up the majority of the frequency at 93% and the risk at 64%. And if you look to the left-hand side of the slide, we further drilled down the subdrivers of those DART cases, and we base them on claim cause category. So the top 3 are strains, falls and slips and trips, and then repetitive typing and mousing. That's making up the majority there of the DART cases. If we look to the right of the slide, we can see the outcomes of or consequences should an incident occur. This is a risk-adjusted dollar value, and for a DART case, that value is 0.07 million. Whereas a serious injury or fatality risk-adjusted dollar value is 7.1 million. That, not surprisingly, is due to the severity difference. I'm going to ask Cornelius to go back to the left-hand side here and talk a little bit more in detail about the serious incident and fatality drivers.
Yes, first of all, before I get started, I want to ground everyone into, there's an abbreviation called KTL. PG&E's Keys to Life represent the highest risk safety commitment that must be followed to prevent serious injuries and or loss of life. We also have cross-cutting factors in risk records information management and physical attack that we will cover as part of this conversation as well. And for the sake of time, I'm going to cover the top 4 SIF risk drivers. The first one is key to life number 4, failure to follow electrical safety testing and grounding rules, which is accounting for 3.1 events per year with a frequency of 0.8% and a risk of 12.9%. Key to life number 10, failure to follow hazardous energy procedures, accounting for 5.6 events per year, 1.4 frequency percent, and a 7.4% of the risk. Key to life number 5, failure to follow clearance and energy lockout tagout rules, 1.5 events a year that we're experiencing, is 0.4% of the frequency and 7.2% of the risk. And then finally, key to life number 8, failure to follow safety at height rules, 2.5 events a year with 0.7% frequency with 2.8% of the risk. If you look to the outcomes on the slide, the core risk-adjusted monetized value of the SIFs is 7.1. The frequency is 0.5%, accounting for 35% of the total risk included in this bow tie. We talked a little bit about the cross-cutting factors. A cross-cutting factor is a driver control that impact multiple risks. For instance, record information management, and while that's important for safety, there could be a gap in a procedure that doesn't exist or a procedure or standard that may be unclear to our coworkers. And that's why that cross-cutting factor is materializing here as part of our safety, employee safety incident bow tie. The same is similar for physical security, which we're talking about and thinking about acts of violence deployed against our internal coworkers. That's also a cross-cutting factor that's materializing in corporate security. And that accounts for 2.02 events per year, 0.5% of the frequency at 0.1% of the risk. I will pause for a minute for any questions.
Not seeing any hands.
Okay, with that, Heather, I'll turn it back over to you to discuss employee safety incident tranches.
Yes, so this is a slide where we can, oops, okay, yep, thank you. This is a slide where we see the population as compared to the risk. So while office employees make up the majority of the population, you see there are 62%, they are actually a smaller percent of the risk at 15%. And electric field employees account for the most risk at 40%, followed by gas field employees at 29%, and other field employees at 14%. So again, other consists of those functional areas I mentioned earlier, which were customer and communications, utility operations, IT telecom, aviation, materials management, and engineering planning and strategy. So I think what's important here is to look to the right, and we can see that the risk score per 1,000 employees by tranche, that the field employees are fairly all similar in terms of the dollars there. And then the dollar risk adjusted amount, with the exception though of generation, which has a much smaller for the field employees, and office is relatively small compared to the field. Any questions here? Not seeing any hands. Great. We can move to the next slide. Here, we're just giving you our data sources, pretty self-explanatory, but I'll go through it here. The drivers are based on the PG&E Keys to Life and the Cal OSHA Days Away restricted or transferred case information. Subdrivers are based on the SIF investigation cause data and the DART categorized claim cause data. Our outcomes are the PG&E serious injuries and fatality actuals, and then the DART cases. And the financial consequences are based on the average cost per workers' compensation claim. We got that through our actuarial study, and that's based on 2016 through October of 2022. The safety consequences are a serious injury or fatality to a PG&E contractor, a PG&E employee, or a member of the public resulting from an employee incident. And employee DART cases are aligned with the NTSB abbreviated injury scale. Oops. Oh, I'm seeing movement on the slides here. Okay, thank you. All right, and our data source was our PG&E SEMS database. That includes the Cal OSHA Days Away restricted or transferred cases, including the cause data. And then we also have our PG&E serious injury and fatality incident investigations, and that includes the SIF potentials and actual investigations, including the cause data. We have our PG&E public SIF actual data, and that's based on the CPUC safety and operational metrics data. PG&E Human Resources Report, that's just an internal report that we have that gives us personnel information for the population and the tranches. And then the data derived from the actual review of the self-insured workers' compensation program report. Again, that's the average cost per workers' compensation claim. Any questions on the data sources? Not seeing any hands. That concludes, oh, go ahead. Was there one? Oh, nope, doesn't look like there are any. So that concludes our presentation. Thank you so much.
Heather, Cornelius, thank you guys so much for coming on and presenting your risk. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Steve, my preference would be to move through the cybersecurity presentation. If you're good with that, we are at noon. So looking for your input on timing here.
That's how long would this presentation take? It's half an hour, is it?
I think it's set for about a half an hour, and we had originally, I think, timed it out to 12:15, so we're a little bit behind.
Okay. Any objection from any parties if we continue with this before taking lunch? Hearing none, let's go with it. Yeah.
Going to introduce David Lowe, who is Director of Cybersecurity Risk Management, as our presenter today.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me? Mic check.
Hear you fine.
Okay, great. All right, hello, everyone. My name is David Lowe. I'm the Director of Cybersecurity Risk here at PG&E. And along with me today is Yusuf Izzi. He's the Senior Director of the Cybersecurity team here at PG&E. Today, we'll be covering the cybersecurity incident risks at PG&E and give you an overview of the risks, provide some insight into the evolution of it, give you some insight into how we understand the risk drivers and exposures and the tranching, and then give you a little details in terms of the data sources behind it. If you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so just quickly before I dive directly into this, cybersecurity incident risk is very different from the other risk-based events, as it is a constantly evolving risk as the threat landscape continues to evolve at a rapid rate and threat actors are becoming more sophisticated. Right? So cyber attacks are increasing globally, including in the energy sector being one of the most targeted industry, mainly because it's a high value target and the utility sector is becoming more digitized, which increases the attack surface for these threat actors. Last year alone, we saw continued increase in ransomware attacks, supply chain attacks, and social engineering attacks. And I'll explain that in a little bit here, including just an increasing number of attacks that are forecasted in the future, and the consequences or impacts continue to grow at a rapid rate as well. So PG&E is a prime target for threat actors because it has a debilitating impact on security, economics, public safety for the people, assets, and businesses in California. And so dive now into this in terms of the risk definition. So cybersecurity incident is defined as an adverse kind of event caused by a cybersecurity threat actor resulting in adverse impacts to PG&E's kind of core business functions, resulting in loss of control of company data, systems used for gas, electric, and business operation. Consequences are measures in terms of financial reliability and safety impact resulting from business or operational impacts, and impacts to safety are expressed in terms of financial. We'll talk more about that in a little bit here. The scoping entails adverse incidents caused by adversaries impacting PG&E's business for operational disruption, resulting in a measurable financial impact. But also measuring the kind of the negatively impact incident entailed by a threat actor or inverse insider action. In scope is all of our IT, OT, or information technology and operational technology assets, or data, or people, or infrastructure, or software, and third parties that we work directly with. How we kind of scope the security incidents is classified from like a 1 through 5 method. 1 seen as a single type security incident with no impacts to or UDN or ODN, and UDN is our utility data network and ODN is our operational data network. While level 5 is the biggest or highest level and classified as severe security incidents with massive impacts on more than 50% of our users and systems and negatively impacting our ability to deliver for our customers. And then the scope is going to be broken down by the key risk drivers or cyber security attacks via malware, ransomware, social engineering, supply chain breaches, vulnerable devices and infrastructure, software application defects, and or insider acts, malicious and non-malicious. And just to give you kind of a high level overview in terms of what those are, in case you're not familiar, social engineering is the tactic of manipulating, influencing, or deceiving a victim in order to gain control over a system or steal personal or financial information. Malware, ransomware is a payload malicious type software developed by cyber criminals or threat actors to steal data and cause damage or destruction to or systems or infrastructure. Vulnerable devices and infrastructures is essentially vulnerable devices or infrastructures that can be exploited to gain access to a system and networks. And one of the common attack vectors. Software application defects are adverse or purposely built-in vulnerabilities, or sometimes it's known as backdoors, that threat actors can use to gain access to systems and network. And supply chain is a value kind of chain or third-party type compromise where someone is able to compromise our systems through an outside partner or vendor that we work directly with and to gain access to our systems and data. And then insider can be seen as malicious or non-malicious, which means malicious, they would have a malicious intent or intents to penetrate our systems or infrastructure and exploit data or cause damage. Non-malicious would be inadverse actions or done on accident, but still result in similar type of outcome. Just tranche, in terms of the tranche developments and tranches, PG&E reviewed and analyzed the possible tranches from the perspective of attack vector of a threat actor to exploit each of the key drivers and drive the consequences of a cybersecurity incident. The tranche itself are broken down by key attack vectors or drivers targeting PG&E's assets, people, systems. Tranches include or UDN or utility data network, or ODN, operational data network, assets and infrastructure, people, both contractor and employees, third parties or vendors with access to PG&E data and systems or infrastructure, and then or systems and software. And I see, before I move on, I see a hand up.
Yes, this is Steve here. Could you give some examples of utility data versus operational data?
Great question. Thank you for asking. So utility data network is more of your business network. So that's where you do your day-to-day kind of emailing, internet, intranet surfing, or core business work is done within the utility utility data network. Or operational domain network is more for operational technology or industrial control systems that are essentially monitoring or controlling or critical infrastructure like our grid and our gas pipelines.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? All right, let's move to the next slide, please. Okay, so cybersecurity incident evolution. I'll take you on a little journey back. So in 2017 RAMP, cybersecurity incident was separated out into two risks, right? Cyber attack and insider threat. And cyber incident was focused on asset systems, and data loss was part of it as well. While insider threat risk was focused predominantly on people. The data on the security incidents in the industry and also internal to PG&E was limited due to the sensitive nature of the data, and just not enough data internally. So we weren't able to differentiate the exposures by units, vendors, or systems, right? The risk drivers were analyzed from a broader perspective in terms of governance, business process, system infrastructure, people, culture. This in turn limited our ability to quantify the risk further down. In 2020 RAMP, then the cybersecurity incident was limited to a cross-cutter, impacting kind of the other PG&E functional area risks and not its own standalone risks. And I think you guys heard earlier about cross-cutters, but cross-cutters are risk drivers that increase the likelihood or could be a consequence multiplier of another risk-based event. Right? Cybersecurity incident was mapped to, as a cross-cutter, it was mapped to a loss of containment on gas transmission pipeline, large overpressure event downstream of gas maintenance and construction facilities, large uncontrolled water release, or also known as dam failure. And we include it as cross-cutter and not its own risk-based event, also to prevent kind of duplication of counting kind of risk driver consequences for risk events. Right? So this approach, as I mentioned, did limit the ability to accurately represent cybersecurity threat landscape and overall kind of cybersecurity incident risk posture of the company. However, since the ramp filing in 2020, cybersecurity incident was revisited as a risk-based event. We were able to mature or risk analysis and bow tie model, increase our data sources, and which ultimately led to kind of an enhanced understanding of our drivers or exposure units and the consequences through this analysis. So then resulted in cybersecurity incident risk being recognized as its own standalone risk to PG&E. And cybersecurity has, from there, we were able to update kind of some key underlining items, including the frequency, probability, and risk by using our internal data, which we structure our internal data to augment better calculations of the risk. And we had included or incorporated industry data to also make sure that we're properly accounting for the risk. So using industry data and friends to help feed into it and our internal data to feed into it, and we were able to also conclude the analysis with more accuracy and more robustness. Now for the 2024 ramp, then we continue to mature and expand the scope of the tranches and change the impacts to align with PG&E's cybersecurity incident levels. And so some of the additions to the new kind of how we look at the risk and risk bow tie, we started the analysis including of life and safety impacts resulting from a cybersecurity incident. We enhanced our understanding consequences from a reliability impact. We integrated impacts from new and emerging risks and augmented cybersecurity attack plans and payloads. We integrated increased attack surfaces combined with increasing sophistication of cyber attacks, and we integrated increased motivations of nation-state threat actors, and then we also expanded our exposure units for the known exposure units from 100,000 to 255,000, which you'll see in the next slide in the bow tie. I'll pause here and if there's any questions.
David, this is Tom from Turn. I do have a question on the 2024 ramp part of the slide. You're indicating that now that there are safety consequences that are taken into account. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so just as it kind of outlines in here, it's more linked to electric reliability and kind of direct safety consequences. So like in a large major kind of blackout, right, we could have a safety kind of exposure that would or a consequence from that, either by proactively shutting down the power if we had a cybersecurity incident, and that could have indirect safety consequences, or a damage from a cyber incident from a electric reliability issue causing direct safety consequences. So say if they planned to attack our grid and was able to compromise it and cause a significant damage or explosion, then that could have direct safety consequences.
Okay, yeah. So indirect is outages, and direct would be the example you gave was explosions that could be caused by malicious action. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Right. Not seeing any other hands. Next
Hi,
slide. Sorry.
This is Hamzer. Question. In 2024 RAM, as you mentioned, safety and reliability is considered here. Is that because of risk is considered as a standalone, in opposed to in 2020 RAM, you have cross-cutting factor. That's why I did not consider safety and reliability in that context.
So yes, and right. So yes, that is accurate, but also part of that is just maturity of the model and maturity of the understanding of the data that we are now are provided, from our industry kind of sources. And so part of that is increased intel or data, more mature models, and better understanding of the consequences from a direct security incident. And so that led to us to include the safety consequence as part of the cybersecurity incident in 2024.
Thanks.
And David, this is Tom again. I guess I did have a question following up on that. I'm a little bit unclear how cyber could be a standalone risk event and also a cross-cutting factor. How does that work?
So standalone event, I think I talked to that already, but then in other cases, it can be still considered a cross-cutting factor in terms of as I mentioned, either a potential driver for another type of event or a consequence multiplier. And as you can probably guess, like from a consequence multiplier, if there was to be another risk event going on and we had a cyber event attached with that, that can easily multiply the consequences of, say, any other risk-based event. I don't know if I see Kim on the line, if Kim wants to also chime into that.
Thanks, David. So agree with everything you said. We'll add insofar as maintaining mutual exclusivity among the risk events, sort of a central feature of our event-based risk register. We want to make sure that, let's say, a cybersecurity event augments the impact of a large uncontrolled water release. That's a place where we would include cyber attack as a cross-cutting factor to that established risk event. Whereas, let's say somebody compromises some facet of PG&E's system, we proactively de-energize part of our system in order to respond, contain to that cybersecurity event. That isn't covered in sort of an asset failure risk. So that's the type of activity that needs to sit within a standalone cyber event because it isn't reflected in other, let's say, asset failure type events. Does that help sort of clarify where it shows up and why?
A little bit. I do understand you're trying to be attentive to the avoiding duplication, so I understand the effort. Still have to sit with the concepts a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. All right, and so now we're going to take a look at the cybersecurity incident bow tie. So I think most of us are familiar with the bow tie here. So, but there are the core kind of drivers on the left-hand side. In this case, these are also from our perspective, these are the core kind of attack methods or attack techniques that people would, threat actors would leverage to actually cause a consequence of a cybersecurity incident. So in this case, social engineering, as I mentioned earlier, malware, ransomware, software application defect, vulnerability device, infrastructure, supply chain, insider malicious and non-malicious. In terms of the data here, we use both, as I mentioned, both internal and or external data sources to calculate the frequency of risk events per year. This doesn't necessarily mean that PG&E has seen these specific events per year, because in some cases we haven't experienced those. So we leverage and augment that with external data to make sure we're properly calculating the frequency event per year. And frequency percentage aligns with that in terms of the frequency event per year. So that way you can see in here both the frequencies that, for instance, social engineering of 120 events. Those are where it would not be number of attempts, but more of what we've seen in the industry in terms of more successful type social engineering attacks. So just to give you kind of an insight to how to read this. In terms of the risk percentage itself, that is what the driver poses in terms of risk drivers to PG&E. And as you can see, social engineering is the biggest driver of the risk percentage due to the sophistications of the attacks and then the ease to exploit people, assets, and systems, which is why you see that is the most common high frequency, but highest risk percentage as well. On the exposure, as you can see on the top, it's we'll talk a little more about that in the next slide here, but the exposure points is the total points of known exposed units in terms of assets, software, system vendors, people that are susceptible to potential cyber incident or cyber attack and can be exploited by the threat actors. Below that is where total risk score outlining PG&E's current risk score for the cybersecurity incident risk-based event based off our analysis and to test your risk dollars after proposed mitigations have been taken into effect. Also represents kind of financial consequences, exposure mitigated by the current controls and mitigations. On the outcome side, outcomes are realized kind of results and impacts of a successful cybersecurity incident, right? And of course, the consequence of the risk event in terms of millions of dollars, percentage of frequency, obviously the percentage of time a certain level of event occurs, risk percentage consequences posed to the risk impacts. And as you can see the breakdown here, we do have it by levels 1 through 5, as I mentioned earlier, 1 being no impact and single kind of incident. By level 5 would be a severe security incident event with significant consequences, in this case outlining it at the 78,875 million, right? But then yes, you can see to the right of that, the frequency of that would be very, very low. And again, for these consequences, similar to the drivers, it is an augmentation of both internal data and industry data specific to the utility or energy sector, to make sure that we properly calculate and the frequency and the core risk dollar impact and risk percentage, right? The aggregated number of 2.1 is really the core multiplied by frequency and divided by total frequency events. So in case you were adding them up and they didn't add up to a certain number, just to give you an idea on that aggregated outcome side. But yeah, as you can see, level 5 really attributes to most of the risk percentage, just due to the forecasted severe impact to the business, to reliability, to finance, and to the safety. So even one of these events would be catastrophic for PG&E. And I'll pause there for any questions.
Hey, David, Hafizur here. Level 5, as it designated, the highest risk, 98.6%. Which driver is associated with level 5? Is that a particular one, or is that a combination of multiple?
Great. Yeah, great question. So actually, it can be, think of it from the driver standpoint to the outcomes, it could be any one of those drivers. In the case of a level 5, a simple item such as like malware or ransomware could ultimately lead directly to that. But if they were most cases, if they're planning a level 5, like the threat actors were, they would use the combination of those different drivers because that increases their the likelihood and also increases the consequences that come out, right? But that would be a very sophisticated threat actor that had conducted a coordinated attack. So you can see that more from like a terrorist or even like nation state type attack, which they would more likely be able to be at that sophistication level.
Thanks for clarification.
Any other questions? Next slide, please. Okay, so here we're looking at the cybersecurity incident tranching. So the tranche is or logical degradation of a group of asset, physical or human systems into subgroups with like characteristics for purpose of or risk analysis, right? In the security world, the tranche is more of a form of or attack chain mapping, right? Kind of like what we just talked about right before we came to this slide in terms of identifying the root cause and the attack pathway in terms of how they would leverage those drivers or attack techniques to get in and cause the negative consequences to PG&E, right? So the threat actors were able to use the drivers and exploit them through the exposure units, and then they would be able to achieve the consequences or risk exposure. So in this case, the tranching is broken down to include, as I mentioned earlier, the UDN or the utility data network, the ODN, operational data network, people, contractors, and employees, third parties, and also software and systems. Right? The exposure points are the known exposure points within PG&E, and then a quick breakdown of the percentages of them. So known exposure points within or utility data network or business network, as we talked about earlier, right? Just and then the associated safety risks with it, and then electric reliability risks, and just the safety risk is measured for tranching the exposures and consequences for both the standpoint of preventative measures to either contain a cybersecurity incident or consequences of injuries or loss of life, as I mentioned earlier. And then the electric and gas reliability is measured in terms of exposures and consequences that could impact the electric grid and gas pipeline reliability, separate from the other risk-based events, and more so for a level 5 type incident. And then financial risk is measured in terms of exposure and consequences that could impact the business operations and not being able to process payments, buy or sell energy, kind of general business operations, including uptimes and fees and violations of laws or regulations as well, right? I think most folks are more aware of the financial risk. That's what you commonly see in the news, but there's, as we look on here, more totality of a cybersecurity incident. When we tranche it down, you can see the and as I mentioned, the operational domain data network is where, or kind of critical infrastructure lies in terms of why you see the risk unit exposure is significantly higher compared to the other tranches. From there, I'll open up for questions. not seeing none. I understand I'm holding everyone up from lunch. So let's go to the next slide, please. All right, and from here, then it's just cybersecurity incident data sources. So PG&E uses a number of data sources to calculate the frequency, probability, and financial impacts from cybersecurity incident and cybersecurity attack, as I mentioned earlier. And here we kind of outline just the exposure where we're looking at in terms of internal estimates for the exposure units within each unit. Drivers, we talked a lot about those already, so I don't want to repeat that. Subdrivers, we have not defined subdrivers. That's something we are focused on and continue to look at, but it's currently not defined. Outcomes, those are the outcomes we already talked about earlier, so I won't repeat those. Financial consequences, financial impact to PG&E, our customers, or suppliers and resellers. Safety consequences, serious injuries or fatalities to our contractors, employees, and members of the public as a result of a targeted or indirect cyber incident. And reliability consequences that impact PG&E's electric gas reliability from a cybersecurity incident. And then the data source themselves, PG&E uses a number of data sources, as I mentioned, right? And they come from our internal data source and our external data sources, and this just kind of captures some of them in here. And there's this Security Intelligence Operations Center. So there's our 24/7 monitoring response team and collecting data from them. And then we leverage our insurance data and then leverage also both public and paid for intelligence reports. And we associated include federal, state threat intelligence as well from example, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, Department of Homeland Security, DHS, and other government agencies. And then case studies are both internal and external case studies conducted to understand, assess, and further expand upon the known cybersecurity attacks and the potential impacts to the company. With that, that concludes my presentation. I don't know if there's any last questions here. Okay, not seeing any. With that, then I'll turn it back over to Ken.
David, thank you so much. Really appreciate the presentation. It is 12:30. Steve, I suggest that we do kind of stay on schedule, which would be a lunch until 1:15. Is that acceptable with you?
It's acceptable to me. The question is whether or not it's acceptable to other parties. So, are there any objections? No objections. Okay, so let's have lunch now and come back at 1:15. Okay, we are back from lunch. Hope we all had a good lunch. Ken, let's start the meeting again.
Excellent. All right, well, we will move to our third of 5 risks we are presenting today. Mr. Chris Warner, Senior Director of Gas Transmission and Engineering, is here to present on loss of containment on gas transmission pipeline.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to come talk about this threat at PG&E. Would you go to the next slide, please? I'd like to start out with, I'm not seeing the slides advance yet.
Oh, Marcos from IT, are you back from lunch yet? I think they are not back yet.
We can wait.
I am happy to take the screen. Again, give me 1 second.
Thank you, Ken.
Swap presenter, and away we go. Chris, are we good?
I'm not seeing it yet, Ken. I'm just still seeing the first. There we go. It's transitioning now. All right. As I said, good afternoon. Hope everyone had a good lunch. Focus for the next 30 minutes on loss of containment on gas transmission pipelines. I'm Chris Warner, as Ken introduced, Senior Director of both the Gas Transmission Engineering Group as well as the Transmission Integrity departments. So a couple of things. This is just an overview slide on the loss of containment for gas transmission, but a couple of things I'd like to highlight here are in the scope. First of all, this is loss of containment with or without ignition. So this is anytime there's loss of containment that results from a rupture or from a leak on the pipeline. But the key thing is we're focused on loss of containments that result in a reportable incident. So the data that we access to come up with the frequencies and the consequences or outcomes are based on incidences that led to reportable incidents to PHMSA. So it's not every leak that we have, say, on a valve or a small corrosion leak, something that can be easily repaired. These are significant leaks or ruptures. We'll go into more detail in the following slides, but in the tranche development, we have significantly increased from 4 to 24, primarily by increasing the likelihood of failure and adding going from 2 to 4 consequence of failure categories. And then to give you a sense for the data that we've used, we went back all the way to 1984 in the Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administrative PHMSA database to look for reportable incidences, what they were caused by, and what the resulting consequence was. We looked at our own quarterly incident data that we submit from 2010 to 2022. And then we use our working assessment plan, which is essentially our plan that looks at every pipeline in PG&E system, identifies the threats and the consequences around those pipelines on every foot. And we use the 2022 model to populate this risk calculation. Next slide.
Hang on, Chris, a question for you. This is Tom from Turn.
Yeah, Tom.
You didn't talk about in scope and out of scope, and in particular, I'm interested in what the slide shows about out of scope and why are large overpressure events not in scope?
So I was going to talk about that later, but
Okay.
So the loss of containment by large overpressure pressurization events, I believe, is handled in another risk category that didn't make it into the top 40%. I think Kim could confirm that or Yumi could confirm that. So we were just focusing on the pipeline itself and what leaks or ruptures would lead to a significant event. So Kim, can you confirm that?
So the large OP is in the top 40%, but Chris is absolutely correct that LOC events due to specifically overpressurization are housed in a separate risk event, which I believe is towards the lower third of those top 12%, which Paul shared earlier.
Thank you, Kim.
I'm just confirming that in slide 11. Hang on a second. Large overpressure event downstream of gas measurement and control facility. Is that the one?
I think that's one Kim's referring to, yes.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm still not quite sure why it's a separate risk. I'm not saying I'm troubled by it. I'm just trying to understand.
I think we're looking at, on gas transmission pipelines, we're looking at these threats specific to the pipelines as called out in subpart O. So not looking at equipment failures that result in overpressure event downstream. So we called that out separately. Kim, maybe you can speak more to it, but when in the transmission integrity program, the primary thing we're focusing on are the threats that we've got here. We're not looking as much at the overpressure event.
Yeah, Chris is correct. And to augment that a little bit, my understanding is the failures at the facilities themselves, which could potentially lead to an overpressure event, are the focus of that large OP risk model. Whereas, as Chris identified, the threats to sort of the pipe out in the environment are the focus of this gas transmission pipeline model. Does that sort of help clarify what's located in which of the risk events?
Oh, I don't know. It's okay. Anyway, thought I'd give it a shot. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Chirag or CJ?
Yeah, so I have a question. I think you said that you only use PUC reportable leak data. Is that correct?
No, what I said was we use the PHMSA reportable incident reports as the source of developing our failure frequencies. So that way we look at what's happened around the US. So we may not have seen it, but it may be a threat that occurs elsewhere and could hit our system. So we're using that information to help inform the frequencies.
Thank you. Sorry, I think I misheard. Thanks.
No problem. Thank you. Thanks for asking. Next slide. Still getting a pause. Wendy, do you have a question before I start the next slide?
Yeah, what if you have multiple events? Sorry, I'm blacked out. What if you have a loss of containment of gas transmission and an overpressure? Like, what if you have two things at once? How do you deal with that cause an incident? Two or more.
We do have cross-cutting events, Wendy. That's the purpose of the cross-cutting, is that they could then lead to other events, but I don't believe our model addresses multiple events happening to the pipeline. We're looking at specific threats and how that specific threat could lead to an incident. So seismic obviously is something that would impact a number of pipelines simultaneously. But we currently are not looking at multiple events. So Kim, can you confirm that for me? Because that's my understanding.
That's correct. So I think in kind of thinking through, what would happen for an overpressure to lead to a loss of containment event, that's what's reflected in that large OP risk event. Whereas a loss of containment not caused by a large overpressure event, which, as Chris mentioned, could be due to a seismic event where potentially we'd have multiple ruptures. That's going to be housed in this LOCN gas transmission pipeline risk event.
You're trying to make them mutually exclusive, basically.
Yes.
And then one other question, you had data through 2022 on in the previous slide, one of your sources of data was through 2022. I was had a general question and for all of these analysis. Are you guys going to be updating your data to any more recent data before you file the ramp in May?
Yeah, I saw your comment. I think the answer is we'll use the best data available to us until we need to cut so that we can meet our May 15th filing deadline. So we need to know it's the right data and it has to be able to fit into us being able to use it.
Thank you, Ken. Anything else, Wendy? All right. Next slide here.
Excuse me, can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah, sure.
This kind of tags onto Wendy's question. The PHMSA integrity management rules identifies interacting with drivers as one of the threats. Right? Is it correct? So I was wondering why PG&E chose to not consider the interacting with drivers in this risk category when you have, for example, an overpressure event works in conjunction with, in the case of San Bruno, a weak weld causing the loss of containment. So I was just wondering why that was excluded from this. The overpressure event was excluded from this consideration and not considered as part of this interacting risk driver model.
Stephen, I can't answer that. I'm wondering if that's something we could take offline and get you a more detailed answer going forward as to the reasons why we broke out the large overpressure event and the LOC on gas transmission pipelines. As I said, the focus of this was looking at primarily the 9 threats that PHMSA calls out, and then understanding in general those specific threats or what is leading to the incidents. It's one threat at a time. There are obviously interacting threats like a weak weld, like you mentioned. There could also be land movement, et cetera. And so when we assess the threat for construction or seismic, we do consider those things in our model, but specifically to try to tranche and look at the frequency, we tried to simplify it to where we focused on one threat at a time. But I think it would be helpful maybe if we took that offline and then gave you a more complete answer as to why we broke the two, because I'm not clear on that. So.
Yeah, okay, sure.
All right, so on the evolution, there's been a lot of evolution in this model. You can see back in 2017, we were just focused on rupture with ignition. And in 2024, we are now focused on any kind of loss of containment, either a significant leak that results in a reportable incident or a rupture, and it can be with or without ignition. We're not looking at whether or not the gas is ignited or not. Risk drivers have stayed pretty much the same in terms of the number of drivers. The cross-cutting has changed a little bit. This year we have 9 drivers and 3 cross-cutting factors that I'll detail in the upcoming slides. On the tranches, there's been a significant increase over time. Back in 2017, we had none. We had 4 in 2020, and we're up to 24 at this time, trying to refine our understanding of the actual risks and where we're spending our risk dollars. And on the outcomes, went from 0 to 8, and now we're at 4, focused on different kinds of ruptures again and leaks. I'll go into more detail on that in the next slide or 2. And then consequences stayed pretty consistent from 2020. It's focused down from 2017. And then getting to your point about, Wendy, about are we going to use the best data we can? In 2017, we were primarily focused on the PHMSA data. 2020, we started incorporating what we know about our own pipelines from our TIMP model and also input from our subject matter experts. And then in 2024, we're same source of data, but getting more and more input from our TIMP model itself, especially from our understanding pipeline by pipeline, whether or not that pipeline has the likelihood, if there is a failure, to be a rupture condition or a leak condition. And so over the years, the actual safety risk has changed from 15 to 3 to 2. So any questions on the evolution over the years? All right, next slide, please. The slide is, again, you're going to see these all day long this is the bow tie model for gas transmission. You can see the 12 drivers on the left side. That's the 9 drivers that come straight out of PHMSA's regulation that requires operators to assess these 9 threats on each of their pipelines. And then 3 cross-cutting, 1 seismic, 1 information management, and then 1 that's physical attack. Those last 2 are, as you can see, pretty small frequency. Again, we took the PHMSA reportable incidences. We looked at where they fell in these different drivers. We then brought that information back and looked at PG&E system, looked at the vintage of our pipelines, looked at information we have from inline inspections that tell us about the condition of our pipeline, and then came up with this frequency by threat or by driver. CJ, you have a question?
Yeah, sorry, could you go back to the last slide? Or whoever's controlling the slides, it's changed
Sure.
like 3 times.
What's your question here?
So I don't, you're saying that the safety risk or the ramp risk has, the risk rank has gone up over time? Is that?
Its rank among the PG&E different risks has gone up over time. So back in 2017, the loss of containment on gas transmission pipeline, the safety ranking for this would have been 17th out of all the PG&E risks. And then if in 2020, loss of containment on transmission had grown to being the 3rd highest safety risk. And then in 2024, it's the 2nd highest safety risk.
Okay, so I think, yeah, so I think this is in comparison to all the other different risks, but like if you were to look at like this risk individually, I would think that it's improved over time because you guys have a strong temp program and you've been doing a lot of work on the transmission side, right?
That is a good question, and it's actually something, CJ, that we're trying to get to. Our risk model changes each year or evolves each year. So it's hard to go back to 2017 and say what was the risk we calculated then and compare it to now. But I would agree with you. With the amount of inline inspection that we've done, pressure testing what we've done, overall, we have made a significant improvement on the system in terms of the overall risk. You're correct. But it's still the 2nd highest among PG&E's safety risks.
Okay, that's helpful. And do you know what kind of risk model you're using for gas transmission? I'm very familiar with the wildfire risk modeling, but is there a specific company that you use, or is it something internal?
We, until this year, we were using an internal risk model that we had built. We recently contracted with a company called New Century, and they took the algorithms and the methodology that we built ourselves and put it into their New Century software that allows us to be able to run the calculations faster and do more kind of what-if scenarios around the risk modeling. So that just happened this year. We're just starting to see the benefits of that.
Cool. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next slide. So again,
I have another question, Chris. On the same,
yes, sir.
Back to CJ's question. So as I noticed, and you mentioned, and I think CJ also touched upon the risk over the evolution 15 to 3 to 2. So risk increased, safety risk increased. Is that, I think CJ asked a bunch of questions which answer some of my questions. Is that because of tranches increase from 4 to 24, or there are other parameters involved in this modeling?
I think it reflects more, and Kim can speak to it or Yumi can speak to it, but I think it more reflects just the continuing evolution of understanding how to better quantify the frequency and the outcomes of a loss of containment event on gas transmission, not so much due to the fact that we've implemented tranches. But Yumi or Kim, do you want to add to that?
I think you captured it well. A feature of trying to interpret rankings are difficult to interpret insofar as there's so many moving pieces amongst the many risks that we're ranking, that it's not so straightforward to describe the evolution of a single risk to explain, why it went up or down. So I think Chris did a great job at sort of framing here the factors relevant to the gas transmission pipeline risk.
Okay, thanks, appreciate it.
You're welcome. So back to the slide, I kind of mentioned the frequencies, and you can see how they broke down to the individual drivers, the highest frequency being third-party damage, which is probably not a surprise to anyone. That involves contractors or agriculture impacting our pipelines and causing a leak or a rupture. The next column there, the percent frequency, is out of the entirety of events, what percentage of those is caused by third party, and then the last part is the percentage of risk. So the pipelines that tend to get impacted by third party or have the most risk of getting impacted by third party damage? What is the outcome? Is it going to be a rupture or is it going to be a leak? And so then how much does third party damage contribute to the overall risk of a loss of containment on transmission? So the interesting thing there to show, kind of reflect that, is that if you look at external corrosion and third party damage, the frequency per year is very, very similar, 1.43 versus 1.4, but you can see the percent risk is significantly different. And that reflects the fact that external corrosion more often results in a leak occurring on the pipeline and not a rupture. And so that takes me to the outcomes. We've got 4 outcomes. We've got 2 types of ruptures. One, a individual rupture that's happened on a pipeline due to one of these drivers. One, seismic rupture caused by cross-cutting, which, as I mentioned earlier, probably impacts a series of pipelines around an area. Say if the San Andreas earthquake were to occur, a significant one on the San Andreas were to occur. And then leaks and seismic leaks, you can see, is a dramatic decrease in terms of the risk-adjusted cost of that outcome occurring. And so much smaller overall risk caused by those 2 types of outcomes. And so on the outcome side, you can see the $1 million, the risk-adjusted $1 million of outcome due to the different outcomes. So ruptures, it's at 69 million. Seismic rupture, because of the multiple assets involved, is 405. And then you can see leaks and seismic leaks are down at 800,000 and 200,000 respectively. Those, so ruptures in general contribute for this risk to 76% of the total risk, and seismic rupture contributes 23% to the total risk, leaving just a minor amount of the risk due to leaks that may happen due to these drivers or due to seismic. And when you take the total outcome of all those different outcomes, 51.3 million, you multiply it by the frequency of 3.67 per year, you end up with your overall risk exposure of 188.3 million. So any question on this bow tie and how we use it? All right, next slide. This gets to the tranches, which you were asking about earlier. And in the 2024 model, we went from 4 to 24 tranches, individual tranches. Yeah, I see a hand. I can't see a name, but I see a hand.
Oh, that's me, Steve.
Hi, Steve.
Is Yumi back from the previous session?
Yumi is back. I saw her.
Okay, great. She may be able to answer this question or contribute to the answer. Can you go back to the previous slide, please? Okay. So these are monetized values. Are these values only for test year 2027 or for the whole GRC period, the 4-year GRC period?
Yes, so it's written in the bottom of the bow tie in the middle. It is for 2027 test year baseline.
Okay. All right. And what is the evaluation time period? Not time period. The point of evaluation, is it 2027, the beginning of 2027, or the end of 2023?
So the baseline starting point is 2023, and then we implemented how much of the mitigation impact that we will have to get to 2027. So we start from 2023. Yeah.
Okay, your VSL value was projected for calendar year 2023. So when you apply that to the test year 2027, how do you account for the time mismatch? What did you do? to do that, to account for
So
the time mismatch?
yes, good question. As written in the bottom of the bow tie, we try to note the unit of the dollars. So these are 2023 dollars. So you can think of it as real dollars, even though we are representing the risk for 2027. We are not escalating explicitly in this bow tie and showing the numbers in 2023 dollars. But when we compute the cost benefit ratio, we do account for that escalation in the calculation. Does it make sense? So
I'm going to have to look at a detailed spreadsheet calculation to fully understand it. I kind of understand what you're talking about, but I will need to see a detailed spreadsheet to see how exactly it works. So yeah, go ahead.
Simply speaking, you can think of this as 2023 dollar. However, for 2027, you can escalate everything in here by 2.3% each year to get to 2023 in nominal dollars in 2027.
But okay, here's the problem. The VSL number is escalated by more than just inflation rate. It's escalated by both inflation rate and the real growth of wages. So it seems like it would not be an appropriate number to just use a 2.3, you said? 2.3%?
Yes, that's correct. So we used 2.3%, and I do understand that the real income escalation rate needs to be added to that, but we can discuss more in the April workshop because there are nuances about that that's going to take more time than this.
Okay, one last question before I would. One last question on this. Since you're only using 2023 as the test year to do the cost benefit analysis, what if you have some heavy capital based risk mitigations where you start the construction of something and you don't get to do the mitigation until 2028, 2029, or 2030. So the test year itself may not show any risk reduction for the test year, but the mitigation activity actually starts in 2028, 29, or 2030. So how do you address this discrepancy between your actual dollar spend versus the actual realization of those mitigation benefits if you are only looking at that very narrow slice of the test year and not the whole GRC period? So if you don't do that, you're going to distort the whole picture of not just the risk mitigation rankings, but also the rankings of the ramp risks.
So behind the scene, we do account for that fact that the mitigations that were implemented prior to 2027 will be in fact effective in later than 2027. Right? So behind the scene, there is different like bow tie for 2028, 2029, and 30 that could have different risk scores than this in the situations where you have explained. For the purpose of the ranking, I believe this is the common approach that we have been taking and other IOUs have taken for looking at 2027 test year baseline. And the circumstances that you're talking about is more likely to be present in probably the dam's failure risk where the construction time is really long. And that's still that's still going to be top 40% risk, even if we look at 2030 for the test year. I mean, 2030 risk score for test year. Does it make sense?
Yeah. So I'm hoping that when we see the work papers, we'll see those details, and I'll be able to discern the answers from those details in the spreadsheets. Okay.
I think we certainly appreciate the line of questioning, and something I think we intend to address at the cost benefit approach workshop prior to filing.
Tom, you have your hand up?
Yes, thanks. While we have Yumi, this might be a question for Yumi. I noticed that the safety risk score for this risk that we're looking at now is 140, and then in the prior ramp it was 23, I think. So that's a big increase. I'm wondering, Yumi, if most of that is attributable to the use of the risk-averse scaling function.
I think the last time it was in MAVF units, and so the risk values, especially for safety, is not directly comparable.
I don't quite understand.
So in the GRC, the safety risks values were using MAVF, multi-attribute value function.
Right.
So the units are not risk-adjusted dollars.
Right. So in other words, it sounds like the use of the risk-adjusted dollars, in other words, using your risk-averse scaling function, may be the main explanation for that increase in the safety score.
I don't think so. If anything, we have actually reduced the scaling from 10 to 7.5. And so if risk attitude function would only reduce the safety values, even if we were to use the same methodology or same value of statistical life.
Then I guess my question is, what's explaining the difference in the risk score? I'm not sure I understand. I mean, I know the prior ramp used the MAVF, and this one's using the approach from the 2022 decision, but what is it about that change is my question. Or what else may be explaining that change in the risk score?
I think, as Chris explained earlier about the ranking change, the risk modeling updates, more trenches, and also looking at incorporating newer data that's collected through the TIMP modeling would have changed those risk values, not just about the cost-benefit approach, but underlying data that feeds into this model might have updated those estimates.
Well, then another question was, are we to understand that you're saying that the system will be less safe from the standpoint of the safety component of the risk score than it was 4 years ago?
No, we are not directly comparing the safety score comparison, like absolute value. If we were to compare those two, we wouldn't conclude either way, right? In order to conclude whether the risk has increased or decreased, I think the safety risk score value itself will not provide that comparison because of so many things have changed. And Chris, do you want to add?
Yeah, Tom, I think it was CJ that asked that question, right? We've done a lot of work, as CJ noted, from 24 to 27, well, from 2020 to 24 in terms of ILI runs, strength tests, et cetera, that have impacted the overall safety of the system. I think this is more an evolution of our understanding of how to quantify the risk. It's not a matter of the risk changing from 22 to 188. It's us better able to quantify the actual outcomes and the frequencies to better represent the risk of loss of containment of gas transmission.
Okay, well, we'll have to look at that a little more closely. Thanks.
You bet. I think, Wendy, your hand?
Yeah, I have one question about the 24 tranches. Is it a likelihood of failure and consequence of failure?
So let's go to that slide real quick, Wendy, and that's a good transition to the next slide. If we could switch to the next slide, there we go. So yeah, LOF is likelihood of failure. That's how we describe, that's the term we use, likelihood of failure and consequence of failure. The likelihood of failure consequences or categories are more focused on what are the different kinds of efforts that we can take to address significant and different kinds of threats on the pipeline. So we've got shallow and exposed pipe, which reflects back to third-party damage. In particular, we've got geohazard pipe, which is everything from liquefaction to unstable landslides. We've got cracking threats, which need to be mitigated a completely different way than you would the first two. We've got potential internal corrosion on a pipe, and then older pipes that have manufacturing defects that over time can be a concern. And then we grouped the rest of the pipe all together because that pipe is, mainly external corrosion threats that we can manage through CP and ILI runs, et cetera. So likelihood of failure, we looked at kind of major areas where we could actually implement different kinds of mitigation. And then on the consequence of failure side, we looked at if there was a rupture or a leak that happened, what is the consequence from a safety perspective? What's the consequence to the population around it? So high consequence area is defined by the code to be 20 or more structures that are within the impact circle of the pipeline or an identified site that may be inside the impact radius of the pipeline. MCAs is a less rigorous count of structures, so newly implemented this year. But again, is a higher density of population around the pipe. And then the last two, we looked at, okay, for the remaining pipe, let's break it down primarily into, is it leak failure or nothing around it? So as we saw on the other slide, the leak failure consequence is very minor. So if it's leak mode, but it's not in an HCA or an MCA, then it goes into that final category. Or if there's no structures around it, it goes into that final category. If it is a rupture failure, it goes into that third category that you see almost in beige color there. So IOC, no one around it, but it ruptures, that would go there, or it's non-HCA and MCA and rupture mode. So that's how we broke the consequence and the likelihood for this tranche to look at where are those exposures and how much risk do we have in each of those tranches. So I'll pause there to see if you have any questions on what I just mentioned. Let me add that in the HCAs and MCAs, we're not looking at rupture or leak. We're focused primarily on, the density of structures. So regardless of whether it's a potential to rupture or is going to likely leak, we put it into the HCA or MCA tranche. We don't segregate those out.
Can you explain the color coding?
The color coding is just to try to give you a sense as where are most of the risks or where are most of the exposures. So the darker red is where you have the most miles. So from this, you can see we have a heavy predominance of our pipelines are in that lower consequence of failure category where there's no structures around it, or it's going to result in a leak mode with structures, but those structures are not HCAs or MCAs. And then you can see the other predominantly higher one is in the HCAs, which is kind of to be expected. And especially around geohazard and other pipe, there's a large number of miles of pipe in those two categories, those two tranches. And then if you go to the second table, that's breaking out the overall risk score of 188 into the individual tranches by millions. Same color coding. And again, this focuses that most of the risk is occurring in HCAs where we have geohazards associated with it. And then if you look at it on a cost per mile basis, that's the third table. And again, predominantly in HCAs and MCAs, though we do have some higher cost per miles due to SCC, SSWC, and geohazard across all the tranches.
Chris, what are geohazards?
So geohazards are areas where there's actually a seismic risk. So there's likelihood of significant seismic event, but it is a location that has a known landslide of different categories. We actually fly our entire system every year looking at landslides and monitoring their condition. And so if we know of a landslide in the area, that's a geohazard, or if it's in a liquefaction area, where if there was a seismic event, the liquefaction would cause the pipe to be unsupported and could lead to a potential rupture.
Okay, thanks.
CJ, I see your hand up.
Yeah, sorry, just one last question. I know we're behind schedule. It's good to see that you're using MCA, but what triggered you to start using that? Is that like an industry practice, or what kind of?
You're familiar with the MCA is now a new code requirement in terms of requiring integrity assessments on pipeline. So it's kind of taking it to the next step in terms of population density. What pipelines should be assessed on a regular frequency. It's not as much as HCA's, but it is a required frequency. And so since we thought we should use consequence categories based on the population density, it was an easy way to kind of segregate, your really high density population to less, and then below that, but is a rupture condition. So we thought we would stick with the code defined segregations and work with those.
Okay, cool. So it's a part of the code. Is that something new?
It is. It's a new code that went into effect this year.
Okay, thank you.
It was through RIN 2. I don't know if you're familiar with that term or not, but it's a new federal code that came out this year.
Thanks.
All right, so the takeaways, you can see there, more tranche miles fall under the last category. That's why it's so dark in red. I've already mentioned that, but the total risk is relatively low if you look at the third table. And then more risk is in the high consequence areas, especially those that are correlated, that have that geohazard threat that we talked about. So next slide. I think we're getting to the end here. Last part is just I mentioned that we've been transitioning over time in terms of data. And so this is a great table that kind of tells you what data we use to inform our understanding for this risk model. And so on exposure, we're using our temp risk model. It's really refined. We have information down to the foot of pipe. We know every structure that's alongside our pipeline, how close it is. We know if it's a residential or if it's a hotel or if it's a hospital. So we have really good exposure data that can go into this model. For drivers and sub-drivers, again, since we're utilizing the threats that are identified by the code, most of that data output comes from the temp risk model. But we also are informed by B31.8S and PHMSA data, and our SMEs look at our individual system and help us calibrate based on the specific types of pipes, the age of pipe, what we're finding in inline inspection runs or strength tests, how we should calibrate the frequency on those drivers. On the outcome side, we use two different models. We use our temp model again, and then we also, for the geohazard, I believe, driver, we use the output from the SARA model, which is focused on I think actually three different faults in the Bay Area and how that impacts known geohazards, like I said, liquefaction or landslides. And then again, use the industry data. We use PHMSA. Financial, we strictly use what's reported to the PHMSA site regarding the recordable incidents and how much it cost in terms of impact to the public and in terms of gas lost. And on the safety consequence side, primarily again from the temp model informed by the TIMP model to give us a sense for how many customers would be impacted if the pipeline failed, but we calibrate that with actual incidents that we got from the gas quarterly incident report to see how much actual impact there was when a pipeline incident occurred. So those are the spread of data sources that are going into it. As you can see, we're moving more and more to the more refined, detailed data that we can get from our internal TIMP risk model. And then below, I won't go through in detail, but the data sources are listed a little bit more detail on the different data sources that we have. Any questions on the data sources?
Chris, I don't see anything specifically referencing the likelihood data that you're using. Is one of these sources what you're using for likelihood frequency?
Yeah, the likelihood, the frequency essentially comes from the PHMSA data. And then, like I said, it's calibrated by how much of that kind of pipe and how old the pipe is within the PG&E system. And then also what we've learned from the inline inspections that we've done, looking at, you know, how significant were the anomalies that we found and had to repair, and considering if we hadn't done that, what would have happened with that anomaly in the future. So primarily, the frequencies are based on PHMSA, but it is calibrated based upon our system.
And the calibration based on PG&E system is done by subject matter experts.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All right, thank you for the great questions. I appreciate the chance to talk about this risk. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate the presentation. Appreciate the good discussion. A lot of great questions. I think we'll just move directly into our next risk, which is going to be wildfire with PSPS and EPSS. Andy Branches, Senior Director of our Wildfire Risk Management Program, is on to present this risk. Andy, are you with us?
Yes, Ken, I'm with you. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. If we can go to the next slide. For our wildfire and with PSPS and EPSS, just highlighting the overview slide here. I'll touch on a few pieces. The risk definition, first, wildfire that may endanger the public, private property, sensitive lands, or environment originating from PG&E assets or activities. But in this cycle, we've also encompassed the benefits and consequence of the operational mitigations, such as public safety power shutoff, which we call PSPS, and enhanced power line safety settings, EPSS. So it's a broader view at this stage. For in-scope, the data that we've used to make these calculations really was PG&E's recorded ignition records. This was both the CPUC reportable ignitions, as well as ignitions that were non-reportable, but which we had sufficient evidence for. And then another category of ignitions, which was inferred, which is other PG&E failure events. This is really when equipment failed. This is during, let's say, a PSPS event, you had a damage. However, you didn't get an ignition because the power source was turned off, but there was a high likelihood of you getting an ignition. So we have an outage to ignition ratio that we've used for PSPS and for EPSS. So that's what we mean by PG&E failure events, other failure events. What's out of scope was, you do get sparks on the system, but they don't result in an ignition record. And so that was not, we didn't attempt to try and determine that in a sense. We'll get in more detail in the tranche developed in further slides. But the tranches at a high level really has, it breaks up into two big areas. One is high fire threat districts, so HFTD. We've also included in the HFTD what we consider high fire risk areas. These are areas that we every year study the profile and determine if there are items that were not counted in the HFTD but are just on the periphery. So that's what we mean by HFRA. and then the rest of the service territory, which is non-HFTD, HFRA. From an asset class viewpoint, we went transmission, substation, distribution primary, overhead, and underground. We also have included this time secondaries and services because as the work that has taken place over the last few years, we're seeing the percentage of percentage-wise, overall ignition volumes have gone down, but percentage-wise, secondaries and services are starting to rise. And then we took on distribution because that's the largest exposure point, distribution primary. We've got deciles of risk based on our wildfire distribution risk model version 3. And then on the transmission, we went by voltage class because it's pretty clean cut in that regard. And then the date range for the data was 2015 through 2022. The reason we didn't include 2023, just we needed the time last year to do the calculation. So we included the full year of 2022 and did not include 2023. And let me stop there if there are questions before I go ahead.
Andy, it's Tom from Turn. What's the risk event?
The risk event is this is the other failure event is what you talk about?
No. I
mean, an ignition.
The ignition. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're going to, in the next slide, you're going to tell us what ignitions you're counting this time, right?
Yes.
You're going to tell
us. Did I get your question?
The next slide, you're going to tell us which ignitions are you're counting, I guess, or I guess that's the third.
No, that's in the scope over here. The ignitions we're counting is CPU. So the risk event is an ignition. We're counting basically CPUC reportable and non-reportable ignitions, as well as we're counting when we have what we call other PG&E failure events that could potentially account for an ignition. But we use a ratio on that. And the best example is, after a PSPS event, we patrol the lines and you see vegetation or you see breakage happen because of that, the weather that has impacted those lines. We never had an ignition because the power was off. But if we had not turned off the power, you'd have likely got an ignition. So we have a ratio which we call the outage to ignition ratio, which we apply, and we've shown in the subsequent slides.
Okay, so the risk events are ignitions, reportable and non-reportable, as well as ignitions that would have occurred if you hadn't proactively turned off the power.
Correctly, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And I just wanted to ask, is you're not planning to include 2023 data going forward for the May filing?
Given that the filing will take place this year, it takes an enormous amount of time to go and do all those calculations. So right now we've limited to 2015 to 2022. We were not planning on updating it with 2023 data. Okay, if you could go to the next slide. So just to give a high-level evolution of the wildfire risk, I'll start with the 2017 ramp. It was CPUC reportable ignitions. In 2020, it was CPUC reportable ignitions. In 2024, based on all our learnings and the fact that we're using operational mitigations like PSPS and EPSS, we put CPUC reportable and non-reportable ignitions in flight. From a risk drivers, we've gone from in 2017 where we had 8, in 2020 we went down to 6, and then in 2024 we're at 10 risk drivers, but we've got a much greater granularity with 28 sub drivers underneath those high level risk drivers, and I'll show you an example of that when we get into the further slides. From a tranches perspective, we've moved really to 32 tranches based primarily on the HFRA, HFTD, and the non-HFRA, HFTD, and then going down by asset class. On the distribution side, we go into 10 deciles of tranches there specifically. And then from a safety consequence, really we've estimated the safety consequence from safety impacts from CAL FIRE and PG&E's historical fires, which is something that is added relative to the last two ramp filings. From the overall risk rank, the wildfire risk still remains the #1 rank from 2020 to 2024, and we anticipate that will continue till all these mitigations start to have their full impact. In 2017, it was #8, but as we know, 2017 saw the wine country fires that really changed the risk profile in a massive way. Let me pause for questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment actually, because really there's something in between the 2020 ramp and the 2024 ramp, which was the 2023 GRC, because in that GRC you had many more tranches. You had 25 tranches for the distribution HFTD. So essentially you're going from 25 to 10 now, is correct? Are these deciles, are they for all HFTD distribution? And are you going from 25 to 10 now?
Actually, we're going to 32 tranches from a tranching perspective. So we are going up in that regard as we've kind of further honed the analysis.
No, I'm calling out just the distribution because the transmission would be separate.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
I'm
On the
just
distribution,
talking distribution.
got it, Wendy. As you look at it, when you see where the risk is concentrated, that's kind of the reason why we stayed at 10 tranches for distribution, because it concentrates towards the upper tranches. And so if you want to break it out in further detail, you're not really breaking up the risk very much.
But am I correct? You really went from the GRC, you went from 25 to 10 tranches.
Let me see if Benson Wong is on to help clarify.
Yeah, Wendy, I think it does make sense when we get to the slide on tranches, and I think we can have a more robust discussion at that point. But yes, to your point, in the GRC, we did have 25 tranches based off of 5x5 of core times consequence times likelihood. However, when we think about the wildfire risk, we treat it like a risk as a whole instead of separately the consequence and likelihood separately. And so as such, we believe that a decile of risk approach is a better representation of how we mitigate the risk. But we'll get into that detail at a later slide.
Okay, I can comment more then.
Andy, this is Tom. What are we gaining by including non-reportable ignitions, and how do they differ from reportable ignitions? I would guess that they're less significant.
They are less severe. The reason we're counting non-reportable ignitions, because as we work extensively to reduce the number of reportable ignitions, you're seeing that the number of ignitions goes down, and you want to get a sense of what exactly is the risk profile you're facing. Because the difference between a reportable and a non-reportable to a high degree depends on what were the conditions on that particular day at that particular location. Because the threshold is greater than 1 meter, extending beyond assets. And if you had a little higher wind, even though you had an ignition, it could easily become a reportable. So while the reportable, that is an artificial threshold that is useful, but also from our viewpoint, we think we want to take a broader view to make sure we don't let an ignition slip in this regard.
Okay.
If we could go to the next slide.
I have a quick question, Andy.
Sure,
so you
sure.
said
Sorry,
that
do you want to go back a slide, Chirag?
Yeah. So you said you moved from 25 to 10 tranches because when you're using 25 tranches, some of the tranches have lower risk that you didn't want to consider. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we'll let's have a more robust discussion as we get into that slide that has the tranches.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide. So this slide really, the bow tie that you've seen across many of the other risks. This one, we are starting and displaying really the PG&E service territory wide. On the drivers, those are the 10 drivers. the three main significant drivers are vegetation contact, equipment or facility failure, and contact from an object. And you can see for the risk percentage, when I look at the left, 39% is vegetation, 36% is equipment, and 18%. Everything else is really small contributor to the risk from a driver perspective. From an exposure perspective, you can see the exposure system-wide is 222,211 miles. Because we've included overhead T&D assets, 40,451 miles, underground T&D assets, recognizing that even though things are underground, that if a risk materializes, it's there. We've included that in the viewpoint. Substations, there's 196 substations. And then in the non-HFTD, overhead 148, 310, underground 25,470, and substations 801 substations. Now that all coalesces down into the risk score system-wide of roughly 21 billion. This is before EPSS and PSPS has had its play. So, Wendy, you have a question?
Yeah. It didn't look like this risk score matched what was on one of the first slides in the presentation. When it looked like it was much higher than that risk score. I think it was 9-something thousand.
Yeah, it was. So Wendy, you're right. The risk score was lower. Let me jump to that slide and then come back here quickly so that I can orient you where I'm at. If you can go 2 slides down, I believe. One more. Yeah. Wendy, what you'd recognize is the 9.737. And just at a high level, I'll come into this in more detail, but the 20,668 is the wildfire risk system-wide without EPSS and PSPS. The yellow shows you how much EPSS and PSPS pulls it down. However, so it pulls it down to the 4,000, but PSPS consequences, because we do PSPS, we realize there are safety consequences. That pushes it up. Similar with EPSS, it pushes it up. That's how you get to the 9.737 risk for wildfire with EPSS and PSPS. So let me jump back to the slide I was on. Does that explain your question, Wendy?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. When I go into the outcomes, we've broken it up into two big categories, really, actually 3 big categories. One is red flag warning, non-red flag warning, and then seismic red flag warning, and then seismic non-red flag. But that's really the breakdown. With all of that breakdown, what you really see is the concentration of the risk right at the top, which is red flag warning, OEIS catastrophic. What OEIS catastrophic means, in the 23 to 25 WMP technical guidelines, the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety provided a definition that says any fire that caused at least, caused 1 fatality, damaged over 500 structures, or burnt over 5,000 acres would get categorized as a catastrophic fire. So catastrophic destructive is really where we see most of the risk concentrated, and that's why it shows up as 87% on this bow tie. Non-catastrophic, but still destructive, could be a fire that does result in 100 or more structures, and large fires are fires over 100 or 300 acres. So that's the destructive and the large fire section that you see below. What I'll also call out is non-red flag warning small fires, because when you look at the percent of frequency, you see a lot of that is 48.9%, and then the non-red flag warning, non-reportable fires, 45%. That's because you do get a lot of small fires that don't materialize into a major consequence. And so they get put out quickly, and they're non-event for most of this thing, for all intents and purposes. But the frequency of the red flag warning, OEIS catastrophic destructive fires is 0.2% from our calculations over that time period of history, 2015 to 2022, resulting in 87% of the risk. So this is a system-wide view. Given that most of the risk is concentrated in the HFTD, HFRA area, we've taken and we provided another bow tie. So if we go to the next slide. In the high fire threat districts, this is T&D overhead, our exposure is 45,401 because we've included really secondaries and services in this. And when you look at it, it gives you a viewpoint on the drivers. The 10 drivers are still there. However, you know, the breakdown between veg and non-veg is still pretty predominant. You've got 39% on veg and 36% on equipment failure. And you can see the sub-drivers for equipment: conductor, connection, pole, capacitor bank. And I could go down this. There are sub-drivers for vegetation as well. When you look at the right-hand side on the outcome, again, similar to the last slide, the bulk of it is concentrated again in OEIS catastrophic that concentrates at 86% or 88% there. And overall, the risk score is slightly less because you focused on a much smaller footprint, and that results in 19.929 million overall. So let me pause there and see if there are questions on these two slides.
Hello.
Hello.
I have a question. Hey, Andrew. It's Amin. I'm running from ROSA. So when you are talking about the risk driver and HFTD and HFRA, you say that you are basically aggregate them to 32 tranches. My first question is, at what level do you calculate risk? Do you calculate risk at these tranches, or do you have more granular level? And the second question is, why, if you do, I'm pretty sure that you do, why don't you just like categorize them to like 64, 100? I understand that you aggregate them, but can you provide that data? Can you provide more granular data to us?
Let me ask Benson if he has a response.
Yeah, so I think you called that out well. So for our tranche development, you know, specifically focused on distribution, right? We use the wildfire distribution risk model, which PG&E calculates its risk aggregated to the circuit segment level. So that's about 3,600 circuit segments in HFTD, HFRA, and about 11,000 across PG&E system. However, you know, as you kind of highlighted, right, we aggregate that at this level to, in this case, we chose 10 deciles of risk to represent kind of the top 10%, the top 20%, the, you know, 20 to 30% as a way just to aggregate, you know, instead of showing 11,000 rows of line items that would not be very easy for someone to kind of comprehend. We just roll up and aggregate those together at the deciles of risk. If you know, if it's meaningful, you know, aggregating to 100, you know, tranches or 60 tranches, as you were calling out, right, is possible. And we were just trying to balance between what is digestible versus, you know, having that immense level of granularity shown in this assessment.
Thank you so much. I mean, I think eventually we will want, I mean, maybe not a circuit segment, but isolated by circuit. But thank you so much for clarifying.
Oh, thank you. Are there other questions?
Hi, Andrew. This is Hafiz with CPUC. The outcome says, I noticed a red flag warning for OEIS catastrophic destructive fire. You have 88% risk, right? And if you go to few where it says 9.97% risk for same OEIS catastrophic destructive fire, why it is so different? I mean, why it is bandwidth, in other words, the difference is so big, 88% to 9.97%, even though the core is 11,000 over there, here is also 11,000 plus, yeah.
Benson, do you wanna?
Yeah, so in between the core and the percent risk, you'll see the percent frequency, right? So the percent frequency of basically an OEIS catastrophic destructive fire generally occurs more during red flag warning. So you'll see that being 0.8% versus 0.1%. Rounding differences aside, right? That's about 8 times. And so you'll see that that risk percentage ends up being 8 times despite the core being very similar. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay, get you. Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay. If we could go to the next slide. So just touching on kind of these ignitions in HFRA, just to provide a little bit of context as to why we included these avoided ignitions. So you've got basically the reportable ignitions, which I think people understand, and from 2015 to 2022, you can see the steady progress and improvement on reportable ignitions going down in HFTD and HFRA. We've also included the non-reportable ignitions here, and you got the count. The avoided PSPS ignitions, you can see that start to show up really in 2019 when we started using that operational mitigation of PSPS. And so that's the blue shaded area. And the outage to ignition ratio that I referenced for PSPS events that could have resulted, our math gives us about 7.6% of those would have resulted in an ignition rate. So that's what gives us the count from all the outages that we saw during all the PSPS damages that we saw. What could that have possibly become an ignition? That is based on that one. Those damages have to be based on subject matter information because an ignition never took place there. On EPSS outages, similarly to that, you had an EPSS outage, and what's the outage to ignition rate? It's much smaller, it's 2.8. And you can see that shows up in 21 and 22. 21, we only started using EPSS from the end of July till the end of the fire season. And 22, we used it for the entire year as appropriate in the locations that needed it. So that's what's gone into these baselines to formulate a lot of the calculations. Let me pause there because this was part of including EPSS and PSPS in the overall wildfire risk viewpoint.
Yeah, I just have a question. I mean, you must have some idea about 2023 data. I would think that there was very little reportable ignitions and even maybe non-reportable and then not many EPSS. So, I mean, I guess I'm still concerned about not including 2023 data because, yeah, so can you comment on that?
Yeah, I do. We do have, I mean, given that we're sitting in February of 2024, we do have the data for 2023. So we've got for 2022, for 2023, reportable ignitions in HFRA came to, we had 65 ignitions. Non-reportable was proportionately also in the same range as the prior year. And then we'd have to calculate exactly what the EPSS ignitions were, that outage to ignition ratio. We did take some PSPS in 2023, so that would have to get factored in as well. But I think what you would see is proportionately about the same, if a little reduction overall from that. The biggest drop would be in the reportable, which is what we're trying to target in a big way.
Andy, if, I may have missed this, but did you explain why there are no avoided PSPS ignitions shown for 2022?
There were no PSPS events taken in 2022. That's why.
Okay.
We did have a close call, and we sent out notifications, but we didn't execute a PSPS in 2022 because the weather events didn't materialize that it needed it.
Okay, thanks.
Andrew, I had a quick question, and I'll caveat it by saying that I'm very new to this exercise. So it might be something very basic. But I see on the previous slide, 44, the tranches by transmission and distribution on the bottom left.
Let's go to the previous slide, just so I can follow with your question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So on the bottom left,
Yeah.
you see the tranches by and distribution. Is there an analysis, or could you share results from transmission overhead and distribution overhead total miles, and how that looks like? Because I'm assuming most of these ignition incidents are at the distribution level.
We do have all, so we do have all the data, right? So the tranches, so let me just go show you what we've called them out here. So let me just walk through it. When we say we've kept HFTD, HFRA transmission, that says all the lines, the 230 and the 500 kV lines that run through HFTD, HFRA, which accounts for 2,111 miles, right? And then that's, the ignitions that occurred in those areas on those. HFTD, HFRA, 115 kV. The reason we lump 230 kV and 500 kV for the most part is partly because above 230 kV, we don't see that many ignitions. The lines are strung pretty high up if that happens. It's 115 and 60 where you get to see a little bit more of those. 60, 70 kV being sub-transmission. The bulk of it really resides in the HFTD, HFRA distribution primary, the 25,935 miles. And that's the area that we did break up in more granularity using our wildfire distribution risk model into the 10 tranches, because that's 25,000 miles. And you want to break that up to see what's happening. Are there riskier areas? For secondaries and services, we've estimated that out because our data, as we get better and better data for secondaries and services, we'll include that. But we've included secondaries and services because we're starting to see efforts. We are starting to see, ignitions. When I say rise in that area, I mean, you've brought the number of ignitions from primary down. So on a percentage basis, your secondaries and services, lower voltage, but you've seen percentage-wise that pickup.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did that answer your question, Jalal?
Mostly, yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the clarity on this. Appreciate it.
Thank you. If we can go to the next slide, and we'll skip one. Yeah, let's go to the next one. I did touch on this earlier. We can spend more time on it if people have questions. So this is looking at it system-wide. We've got the specifics around, where we start wildfire pre-EPSS and PSPS. That's where you have the 2688 million. By using PSPS and EPSS, it brings it down by 16.359 million. It pushes it up from the PSPS consequences, because you take PSPS, you get consequences from that. You take EPSS, you get consequences, and that's where you land at the 9.73. Relative to what distribution overhead risk, right? It's still, this is why wildfire still shows up as the highest risk among all our risks in our risk register. It's 3 times higher than anything else specifically. Now, I know from the commission prior to us, after we sent in our slides, there was a question, could you showcase if you had undergrounded everything, what would that, what would that be? If you had only overheaded everything, what would that be? We had not done that, the detailed calculations on that piece, but really what it would do is if you had undergrounded, your overall risk would come down a little bit, but the PSPS consequence risk would not go up as much. Your EPSS consequence would not go up because you'd still take PSPS and EPSS, but the impact on it would not go up much. And so your overall wildfire risk would be a bit lower. When you land up at the 9.37, it would be something lower. If you had just left it all overhead, then the probability of that it would be a little bit higher than the 9.37. But given that we're talking system wide, right? It's small changes at that level.
Andy, what do you mean by distribution overhead? Is that a different risk that we're talking about there? I'm not sure what the comparison is.
No, distribution, yeah, that's a completely different risk. This is distribution or failure of distribution overhead assets.
Okay.
So it's not, it's only shown here, Tom, relative to the, to just give a relative comparison.
We'll be covering that in the next following Andy's presentation.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Wendy?
Yeah, I had a question. Are you going to be able to translate and compare your risks, your new CBR risk numbers to your previous risk numbers you used in the 2023 GRC? So that we can kind of see how the trend,
Provide a translation between the two is what you're asking for, Wendy?
Yes.
I'll have to ask the risk team how challenging that is, because we've moved to the new CBRs, right? Just to stay with the new agreement. So I think it'll be a bit of a challenge. It's not as easily to translate back and forth. But Benson, do you have a perspective?
Yeah. So at this point, we'd have to examine if that's possible. Obviously, it took a lot of effort to move everything towards cost-benefit approach. So the translation of that is not directly easily replicable. We'll take it into consideration, though, Wendy.
It just seems like it would be good to know, since that was such a huge focus, to be able to show. I could see decision makers wanting to see what was the trend from 2023 to 2027.
Yeah, I would articulate, I believe, earlier in the presentations, we talked about the myriad of changes that went into play, converting from MAVF to cost-benefit approach. So, it would be difficult to say apples to apples because the number went up or down, what that true cause was.
Yeah, the other challenge that comes into play, like a lot has changed from drivers, exposure, MAVF, so it makes it harder and harder to explain the elements of difference.
I'll just make one last comment on that. I mean, I think you are going to be required, I know you are, you're going to be required to track the risk reduction through the end of 2026 using the old methodology. So it seems like you will have a number for the end of 2026 that, at least that would be a proxy for what you have starting January 1st, 2027, wouldn't it?
You're not wrong in that regard. We will be tracking that piece to 2026. But then when you provide the new calculations, the translation and what exactly has changed becomes challenging. It's not impossible, but it becomes challenging, and I want to be careful that I don't sign up the team to do something that then we're explaining a lot of small details, which is hard to track, because then we puts and takes. Henry?
Got two questions. The first is I divided 16,359 by 2668 and got 79%. When we were seeing the other slide, it was saying that the red flag warning days was 88% of your risk. Is this, and so I was thinking that PSPS should take care of most of that risk. And so is this the influence of transmission because you guys aren't doing PSPS on that, or?
Yeah, Henry, I think you bring up a good point, right? We do take PSPS on transmission when appropriate, but it doesn't. PSPS actually, not PSPS, EPSS doesn't really impact transmission or a section of transmission, and it doesn't impact the secondaries and services. So it's the EPSS portion that's there.
Yeah, I guess my perspective was in those red flag warning times, normally the PSPS is getting activated, right? So wouldn't all of that risk go away because there's no power, or is it because there's still transmission that has power on?
There's still transmission that has power on. So yeah, you're right in that regard.
Okay. And then the other question is in this calculation, I guess that 2668, is it reflective of your system kind of as built today? Because I know like PG&E has spent a lot of effort replacing and repairing parts of its system. Or even undergrounding parts of its system. How does that 2668 account for, what you guys have already undergrounded, where you guys have done EVM, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, I think that's the data set we used from 2015 to 2020, 2022 to account for the grid is constantly being improved, changed, and adjusted. But the grid is also subject to degradation given by storm events and weather events around it. So on a balance, we're trying to represent what we know about this entire period and try to use that to guide. So it's the best available knowledge we had regarding what's happened on the grid with regards to ignition events during that time period. So it is different. The grid in every year was slightly different, right? Given everything that we've done or continue to do. But this is the best approximation of that for us.
And Henry, this does represent the test year baseline of 2027. So it would account for generally the work that we'd be doing through 2026, including undergrounding.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Wendy?
Yeah, I have some background noise, so let me know if you can not hear me. I thought Yumi said, Benson, earlier that these numbers were reflective of PG&E's proposal in the GRC rather than reflective of what the decision actually authorized. Is that correct? Did I understood that?
No, that was not what I said.
So you mean this would be what was proposed in what was accepted in the GRC, right?
No. What's assumed for 2023 through 2026 may not be the same as what we have requested in the GRC in 2021 or 2, and also it may not be exactly aligned with the GRC final decision that came out late last year. Does it help answer your question, Wendy?
Yeah, and I guess the question is that's what I thought you said. I mean, maybe I said it differently, but are you planning to revise it to reflect what was authorized in the final decision of the GRC?
We are trying to do the internal planning. That internal planning for those years haven't happened yet, and so we'll have to see.
Wendy, what I would say is, right, these are preliminary numbers, and obviously going into the ramp filing, we will have our best available information at that point in time. Whether, the mileage or the amount of work that may vary through our internal planning process will have some small impact to the risk scores that you see here, but directionally, this is why we're sharing, this is how it would look. So whether it be 2688 or 21333 would not largely change our position from the view of the risk.
Yeah, Fred has his hand up.
Sure.
I would also expect that, the ramp is always the first look, right, at how you guys are doing your risk modeling and what you believe the mitigation effectiveness will be. We'll offer comments on that. You also have opportunity, and you're expected, in fact, by the time you actually make your GRC filing, to have updated all applicable numbers that can be updated so that by the time you file your GRC, I would expect that some of these numbers would be adjusted to the best information you have at that time.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, if we can go to the next slide. If all the questions are there, if no one has their hand up. This provides a view of the tranches, right? And I know there was questions, Wendy, that you had about the tranches on what we've chosen to do. The way we decided that the tranches were most appropriate, right, was we took the distribution which had the bulk of the miles, and we broke them up into the deciles of risk tranches specifically. And then we kept the distribution secondary as one tranche, the distribution service as one tranche, the distribution substation as one tranche. We broke up transmission 115 kV, transmission 250, 500 as one, and 60, 70 kV, and then underground as another tranche. And then it basically plays out into two. One is HFTD, HFRA, because that's where the bulk of the risk resides, and then non-HFTD, HFRA, because that's where that accounts for all of it, but for a much significantly smaller portion to try and ensure it. So this is what the way the tranches are lowered, and you can see the bulk from a risk percentage. The bulk actually shows up in the top tranche. Now, if you're wondering why does the risk number go down for the first two tranches, and that's primarily driven because of the work that we'll be doing between 23 and 26 to reflect taking that risk down. Benson, do you want to add more to this?
Yeah, and earlier we talked about the kind of the equal deciles of risk, and what Andy was alluding to was when we look at it from call it from a 2023 baseline perspective, the tranches would be more even when it comes to the risk percentage. And as we think about the work that we're going to be doing from 2023 through 2026, the higher portions of those tranches will see that more work being done, and so the contribution to the overall risk is smaller for that reason. And that's how we move from our 2023 baseline to our 2027 test year baseline in our representation of this risk.
Chirag?
Yeah, so this might have been answered, and I'm sorry if it was already answered, but why did you move from 25 tranches to 10 tranches? I'm having a really challenging time understanding the logic behind that.
Yeah, I think there's a balance between the degree of granularity that you want and the fact that, hey, we want to account for all the risk, as well as where exactly will we be putting the mitigations in place to reduce and address the risk. This gives you, when you think about it in terms of miles, the tranche one is 434 miles. It would address high risk areas there. The tranche two is 596 miles. So it triangulates in focus, but breaking it up in more granularity, maybe you get smaller chunks of miles, but you'd just be doing the work across those sections anyway when you need to. That's why.
Yeah, and I'll add to that the fact that our mitigation activities, when we think about our prioritization of work, we prioritize it from a lens of risk. What I shared earlier is a prioritization based on risk, not necessarily based off of core and lore individually to generate that 5x5. And so we believe that this is more in line with how we do our risk mitigation prioritization. And so this is how we represent it at this point in time.
That is helpful, thank you. I will just say that I think we prefer more tranches, and I will let my other colleagues ask their questions.
Well, I'll just comment that it was very insightful when we had the 25 tranches, that the top tranches were driven by consequence. And it was very visible when you had the core and the lore broken out that's what was driving it rather than likelihood. So it kind of feels like it masks that a bit. You can't, I guess we'd have to ask for the data behind it, but That was very insightful.
Henry?
Yeah, so I understand that the reason why tranche 1 and tranche 2 are like lower risk than the others is because that's where work's going to be performed. But I would have still expected the risk per mile to be similar because it's the highest risk miles in tranche 1 and tranche 2. And so even if you do undergrounding on, some percentage of them, the rest of the miles should still be high risk. Where I see tranche 3 is higher risk per mile than tranche 1. Could you explain that again? I don't think I caught it the first time.
Sorry, I was finding the unmute button. Yeah, so when we were looking at 2023, when we built the tranches, to your point, Henry, the risk per mile was indeed the highest in tranche 1. For those same miles sitting on that tranche, the risk is expected to decrease. And so the risk per mile will decrease because of the work we anticipate doing in those areas through 2026. So your intuition is right. When we look at kind of call it 2023, the risk per mile in tranche 1 will be the highest.
Yeah.
Okay. So just to put it in another way is the risk per mile at the time for that 434 miles, let's say you undergrounded 200 of them, it's still in that 434, and then that risk used to have been higher, and so I see. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I'm confused. Sorry. Wasn't it that the number was higher than 434 in earlier, and then those miles would have been hardened, and then 2027 now you have 434 left, or I'm confused.
Yeah, so how I would frame it is as we look at it in 2023, there are 434 miles that represent the top decile of risk. That equates to risk points that are closer, in this case, when I look at the other ones, close to about 1,800 points of risk. And through our mitigation activities or planned activities through 2026, that risk, being that it's being mitigated, drops to 665. So the risk that was sitting in, or the mileages that were sitting in tranche 1, that residual risk is lower than what it was when we looked at it in 2023. And hence the risk per mile diminished to a point in which, there are other tranches that look higher. But if we kind of take a step back, if in 2023, that tranche with those miles will have the highest risk per mile as compared to the other tranches.
But isn't this overhead miles? Because I would think that if you had 434 in 2023, you would have underground some, you would have covered conductor some.
Yeah.
And wouldn't that
Yes.
total be less in 2027 for overhead miles?
That would be the expectation when we think about what the tranches would be when we develop in the future, right? But we're trying to articulate what was in tranche 1 and the activities that will get us to, in this case, for example, undergrounding that mileage. We did not necessarily move that mileage from one location to the other when we're converting from the 2023 to the 2027 test year baseline. Or else you'll never see any reduction in the risk in the highest tranches.
Right.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, if we could go to the next slide. This is the last slide, really explaining where the data sources came from for this. Like we've said in the top, the exposure portion on the circuit miles came from our GIS systems. The drivers was based on our ignition data. Sub-drivers also from our ignition data sets. Outcomes from CAL FIRE, wildfire data sets, as well as from our internal data. And then the financial consequences was due to, assessed damages due to large wildfires, the suppression, cost per acre, cost for buildings destroyed, and items like that. And the safety consequence was historic safety impacts identified by the CAL FIRE data set, as well as our internal PG&E data that we do have. So I'll stop there and see if there are any general questions with regards to this risk wildfire with EPSS and PSPS before we end this segment. And I really appreciate all the questions from Wendy, Henry, Tom, Fred, and others, and Chirag. Henry?
I have a question, Andy.
Yeah.
Can you go a little bit into describing how do you blend the CAL FIRE data with PG&E's internal data? Is there a formal process, or is it a very, very informal process?
No, we have our internal data that we do have is very rich on the ignition stuff, right? Because we have our internal data that we capture, but when you look at the outcome data on the outside, we rely on more, the consistent data sets that CAL FIRE puts out. So that's how we leverage it. We try to make sure that for each event, right, we're very, very clear as to what exactly was the data source for that event that we're capturing and using. Let me ask Benson or Yumi if they want to elaborate more on that.
Yeah, Steve, go ahead, Yumi.
Yeah, so essentially the reason that we have to augment the CAL FIRE data is there are not many data points, luckily, but in terms of the fitting the probability distribution for the catastrophic fires, if we were to just use the PG&E data, right? So how we do combine this is similar to how we have done it in the previous GRC or RAMP report, where the probability of an ignition resulting in the large fire is coming from PG&E's ignition data, and then the conditional probability of a large fire, which is greater than 300 acres, becoming the destructive or catastrophic fire, is coming from the CAL FIRE data, because CAL FIRE data certainly has a lot more a large fire to be able to come up with the probability of those rare events.
Okay. My request is that PG&E will spend a little bit of time to go into details describing this process in the RAM application work papers.
Great.
Thank you.
Henry?
I know this was kind of preliminary and you guys are still working. This is the first kind of go. Are you guys looking to develop bow ties for your distribution and your transmission? Obviously we saw T&D together earlier. Are you looking to break it down on that level in this go round, or are you going to keep it at this T&D high level?
Our thought process was to keep it at the T&D high level, right? We certainly do mitigations, but when you think about it is when we do mitigations for transmission, we're doing it at the voltage class level. So it makes sense to keep it at that voltage class level. We try to tailor the mitigations based on the events that have happened in those for that type of assets. Like transmission, if you think about it, is there's animal mitigations that need to be more heavily considered, avian contact in particular.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking too, but maybe I was thinking a little bit differently, which was like, that was why I felt like we should break out transmission and distribution in a separate bow tie, because, I'm interested in seeing like what the difference drivers are between the two. So that was kind of why I was wondering, are we going to see that, or?
Yeah, so
Henry, yeah, go ahead, Benson.
I would say the information is available. It was a matter of, how many different versions of cuts and combinations we wanted to show. But just like we have in our last ramp and GRC, we do have kind of that breakout. You can filter it effectively by transmission only, distribution only, a specific tranche. We have those level of details provided as part of our work papers.
Awesome. I really appreciate that.
Okay, Ken, I think I've got all the hands that were up and all the questions. So I'll hand it back to you, Ken, if that's okay.
Andy, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the discussion. Steve, I suggest we take a few minutes. I think our close time is 4. We still have another risk Q&A and closeout to go. So I don't know if you want to
Sounds
do
like a good idea. Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. Come back at 3:06.
Thank you.
Okay, we are back.
Before we start, or before we turn over to you, Steve, I think we'll get through our last kind of risk presentation, and then I think I'm going to ask Sandy Allen to go through the GRC, or I'm sorry, the ramp outline demonstration. Should not be long, and then we can move into kind of a general Q&A, just kind of the process here.
Okay, great.
Excellent. I think for failure of electric distribution overhead assets, we have Arvind Simhadri. Arvind, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. Can you do a quick check? Can you hear my voice? Perfect. Thanks. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Arvind Simhadri. I'm the director of our distribution overhead asset management team. I'll be covering our distribution overhead asset failure risk today. We go to the next slide. So this risk, we have been reporting in our ramp filing since 2017, and it continues to be a critical risk for PG&E Currently, it's second in our overall risk monetization ranking, and it's fifth in our safety ranking. In terms of the definition, this risk considers all of our overhead distribution asset failures that result in either public safety, a financial, or a reliability impact. In scope for this risk is pretty much all of our overhead distribution assets, so poles, our structures, our conductors, any equipment that's on our structures, as well as our streetlight assets. There are three key areas that are out of scope. So any consequence that's associated to a failure of an electrical distribution asset that gets captured, or consequence of an ignition that gets captured in a wildfire risk that was just covered. Additionally, any safety consequence for PG&E employees or contractors that results from a failure of an asset that's caused by a human error, that gets captured in our employee and contractor safety risk. And additionally, our safety consequence from third-party contact with intact energized line, those get captured in our PCEE, that public contact with intact energized electric equipment risk. We'll pause there, I see a question. Steve?
Yeah, oh, go ahead, Steve.
So does that mean that this risk only has the safety component and doesn't have the reliability component in its calculations?
No, so this one has safety, reliability, and financial consequence associated to any overhead asset failure.
Okay, all right. I misread that screen on the scope. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Wendy, do you have a question?
Yeah, I did. So is this risk mainly electric shock and arc flash? Are those like the risk basically?
So the main risk driver here in the overall risk category is reliability, right? But there are some outages that also result in public safety impact, and those are also captured in this risk. But the biggest driver for this is reliability.
Okay, and then if it's a PG&E employee or contractor, that then it would be captured in those employee. The same kind of incident would be captured in the employee or the contractor risk.
That's correct. If an energized line, like an equipment failure occurred and an energized line fell on the ground, that safety consequence would be captured here. But if it was due to a human error from a PG&E employee or contractor, that would get captured in the other employee and contractor safety risk. Does that answer your question, Wendy?
Kind of, it's still kind of confusing. So I guess I just want to make sure that all the out of scope ones are included somewhere. That's all. I'm trying to figure out where they are all included.
Yeah, so if you go to our overall list, I'm trying to figure out the slide number here. On slide 11, you can see contractor safety incident and employee safety incident. Those get captured in those buckets.
But then there was one third party contact. Which one would that be?
So that would be in our PCEE, public contact with intact energized electrical equipment.
Okay, now I understand now. Okay, thank you. It was confusing.
Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you for the question. Yeah, one more question.
Yeah, I
Go ahead,
would
go
just
ahead.
comment. I think one of the most relatable kinds of risks we're talking about here is what a lot of us just experienced over the weekend, where overhead assets failed and we lost our electrical service to our homes. I think that would be in this category.
Absolutely.
Right. And we had reliability, we had loss of service, so we lost some reliability. That would be something in this bucket.
Absolutely, Fred. Thanks for bringing that up. So I'll be covering that a little bit later. We're also including our indirect safety in this risk. So anytime we have an outage that is greater than 8 hours long, we'll get that safety score, the safety risk monetization value, as Yumi covered earlier in the presentation.
A question, back in slide number 14, 2020 RAM versus preliminary 2024 RAM risks and rankings. The third party is identified as a new, which is electrical transmission system white black out. Are we still talking? So, sorry. Third party safety incident is identified as a public contact with intact energized electrical equipment, right? So how come then this is out of scope in 2024?
Oh, so just as we're just clarifying that this is out of scope from this risk, this is covered in our PCEEE risk, which is our public contact with intact energized electrical equipment. So we have separated that portion into a separate risk category.
Oh, okay. A little bit confusing.
Yeah. We wanted to make sure that that risk gets, highlighted, given, significant risk in there. Okay.
Hey, Arvind, I wonder if I can help you. I wonder if I can help you with that response to the question. As we stated, we wanted to make sure that these risks were mutually exclusive. And as Arvind is communicating, that the failure of electric distribution overhead includes some kind of failure, whereas public contact with intact energized electrical equipment, there's no asset failure. So on page 13, we provided the definitions of each of these risks, and that might be helpful when we look at the mutual exclusivity for a number of these risks.
Gotcha. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate it for clarity.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Thank you. In terms of our tranche development, the tranches for this risk were developed based on our circuit segment. And we've built the deciles or our tranches based on deciles of risk, and we've also separated them out between our HFTD, HFRA, and non-HFTD and non-HFRA. And in terms of the data that was used here, the date range for this is between 2017 and 2022 data. Let me pause there. Wendy?
Say circuit segment level, do you mean isolatable circuit segments?
Exactly, yeah. So these are isolation zones, yeah, between two protected devices.
Okay, thank you. And would it be that difficult to add 2023? I mean, I don't know. Have you thought about adding 2023?
Yeah, I think it's a similar discussion to what we have with, wildfire. Something we'll have to consider given the timing. Okay, if we go to the next slide. This slide shows the evolution of our ramp filing for this risk. As you can see, in 2017, this was focused mainly on, it was focused only on our distribution overhead conductor, like primary conductor. But since 2020, we have made it more broader, so it's all distribution overhead asset failures. And our risk drivers, we continue to include more drivers and sub-drivers based on the data that's available. And in terms of tranching, as I covered, we are tranching now based on HFTD and HFRA and non-HFTD HFRA, and we're using our risk score deciles per circuit segment to do the tranching. And the big change in safety consequence, as we discussed, is adding the indirect safety impact of reduced reliability. And you can see the safety rank for this risk has actually gone up, and then one of the key drivers for that is because we're including our indirect safety impacts. Any questions on this?
I was doing some rough estimates about this recent incident, a reliability incident, and I was kind of wondering if it would have come close to the 1 billion CMI threshold. Do you guys have any idea?
Yeah, I don't have that data offhand. We can definitely, look into that data. But I don't have that offhand.
I just wondered because seems like it would be a good test case.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was a major incident.
I had to throw everything out of my freezer and fridge. 39 hours.
Yep. Wow. Yeah. Okay. If you go to the next slide. So on this slide, I'll be covering the bow tie for this risk. So the exposure for this risk is our entire 80,000 miles of overhead system. And on the left, you can see the 11 drivers. And really this risk, equipment failure has the highest frequency of incidents. And you can see the subcategories driven by transformers, conductors, connectors. Our vegetation is lower frequency, but has the highest risk. And this is because it's more consequential when you have a vegetation incident. It takes longer to restore, and you likely have a wire down incident too. More likely to have a wire down incident from a vegetation caused outage. On the right-hand side, you can see the outcomes. Majority of the asset failure incidents, 68%, you can see on the first row there, do not have a wire down that occurs because of that failure. Those incidents have a lower core value than any time you have a wire down incident. If you look at the row number 2, the core value is 5 times higher, and that's because it takes longer for an outage to be restored. So it has a higher reliability impact, and also when wire is on the ground, there's a higher safety impact too. So on the right-hand side, just want to highlight that all those rows that are highlighted with the yellow dotted line, those are all our wire down incidents, and those represent about 13% of the incident, but they drive 39% of the risk. So let me pause there. Any questions on this?
Yeah, quick question. I see the exposure for these underground assets. I'm sorry, for these overhead assets is 80,000 miles. Do you know what the comparable figure is for underground assets?
Benson, do you have the number for that from our underground asset?
It's about 28 or 29,000 across PG&E system.
29. Okay, thank you.
Subject to check.
Thank you. Okay, if you go to the next slide. So this slide shows our tranching for this risk. As you can see, we have about 25,000 miles of overhead assets in HFTD, HFRA area, and the remaining 54,000 are non-HFTD, non-HFRA. And our risk score are similarly distributed. 33% is in HFTD, HFRA, and 67% is in non-HFTD, non-HFRA. And once we exclude our EPSS and all of our wildfire consequences, you can see that the risk per mile from a pure reliability and an outage perspective without wildfire consequences is very similar between HFTD and non-HFTD areas. In terms of a tranching, as I mentioned, we did this based on our circuit segment level. So every circuit segment received a overall risk score, and then those circuit segments were ordered from highest risk to lowest risk, and then we divided them up into 10 different buckets. And those 10 buckets were then split between HFTD, HFRA, and non-HFTD, non-HFRA. So as you can see, row 1, we have a total risk score of 242, and those are divided between HFRA, HFTD as 122, and the remaining in non-HFTD, non-HFRA. Another thing to point out is some of our highest risk per mile locations are in some of those circuit segments that have much higher reliability impact, much higher safety impact. So you can see the risk per mile on our first 2 tranches are significantly higher than our lower tranches. Let me pause there. Any questions on this?
I might have missed it. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't quite understand your explanation as to why the risk per miles between HFTD and non-HFTD would come out to be very similar. Could you go over that one more time, please?
Yeah, for sure, Steven. So the risk per mile here for this risk excludes any of our EPSS risk. Right? So if you think about when you have EPSS activated, our outages could be much longer, right? But those consequences from EPSS, as Andy explained, have been moved into wildfire. Right? So when you take that out, that portion out, the reliability is pretty similar. Just pure reliability impact is pretty similar between HFT and non-HFT. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay, good, thanks.
Wendy, you had a question?
Following up on that though, there are still different numbers, and so the one on the far right, the columns on the far right are just for the non-HFTD calculations. Is that correct?
No. So as I mentioned, the first thing we did was we took all of our circuit segments and calculated risk per mile for the circuit segment. And then what we did is we ranked them. So this is those ranks for those top 10, the top bucket out of the 10 buckets has a risk per mile of 1.42. And then we divided those circuit segments into HFTD and non-HFTD areas, right? So in that first decile bucket, overall risk per mile is 1.42.
Okay, I think I see now. Thank you.
So are you going to have 10 or 20 tranches?
We're going to have 20 tranches. So you can see the tranches, there are 10 tranches in HFTD, HFRA, and 10 tranches in non-HFTD, non-HFRA.
Okay, thanks.
Just to follow up, these won't have anything to do with the HFTD tranches here won't match up to the HFTD tranches in the wildfire one, correct? I mean, they're different miles, right?
That's correct. These miles are based on the distribution overhead asset failure risk, whereas the other miles are based on the ignition risk events and EPSS, PSPS.
I guess the challenge with that is that it would seem like work that you do for the wildfire should improve, in some cases, should reduce the risk for these HFTD tranches. So I guess I'm wondering how you're going to track that.
That's a good point. Benson, you want to take that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so if a program has benefits across risk, we would map that to both the distribution and wildfire risk. So for example, if we were doing work in tranche 1 of the wildfire risk, and that circuit segment will sit in potentially tranche 5 of the distribution overhead risk, that's part of the reason why, right? And it's a matter of, for each program, what are you prioritizing to mitigate against? And so to your point, we would be mapping the miles of where the work is based on where it sits with its represented risk tranche.
Okay, so then you would have the benefit you will map, but you won't map the cost twice, right?
That's correct. We would be summing the risk reduction benefits across multiple risks and dividing by the cost of the program. And we did that in a similar fashion in our last ramp and GRC as well.
Great. Thank you. So if you go to the next slide, this is just highlighting our key data sets that we used for this. Our main data set that we used.
I think Fred Haynes had a hand up.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. Apologize. Fred, go ahead.
A very simple question. Maybe you've covered it already on your previous slide. So you're talking about breaking up this risk into 2 sets of tranches by whether the assets exist in high fire threat district. or not. But as you've shown, really because there's no fire risk associated with these kinds of failures, as I understand it, I don't know if it really makes sense to continue that distinction of, and you're also showing that there's very similar risk per mile. I'm just suggesting, I guess I'm wondering why continue this breakdown in those kind of categories. Maybe I missed something along the way, so I apologize.
I would say that so for this risk, it separation there does indicate that the risk per mile is very similar. However, I think as Wendy was pointing out, any work that we might be doing on our HFTD portion of our system, it's more easily understood the impact of the wildfire works benefit to the distribution overhead risk if we separate and show these tranches as well. If you don't, then it'd be more difficult to understand the wildfire works benefit to the distribution overhead.
Right.
Risk.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I appreciate that. Okay. Great answer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So this slide just highlights the key data sets that were used for this risk. And really a lot of our data for this risk comes from our ILIS data set, which is our integrated logging information system that captures all of our outage data, the cause of the outage, the length of the outage, the location, etc. So you could see all of our drivers, sub-drivers came from there, and also outcomes came, the length of time came from ILIS data. And in addition, financial consequence came from our cost of restoration of the service, and then the safety consequence were based on historical SIF values that were associated to our distribution assets. And for our indirect safety, as Yumi had mentioned, we use our industry benchmarking data. And the reliability consequence, again, is from ILIS. Just want to pause there. Any questions about the data that was used for this?
This is Wendy, sorry, I'm hitting buttons. It looks like you have a lot more detailed data than in your previous ramp on the subdrivers frequency. Is that correct? Am I remembering correctly? You have a lot more data than you had before?
Benson, can you take that about comparison to last round?
Yeah, I believe in our earlier slide, we said that the drivers was the same and the sub-drivers had incrementally, I think, 6 more additional sub-drivers. Given that the data set is from ILIS, it would be very similar.
Okay, that's all I had for this risk that I want to share today. Thank you for all the questions.
There's one more question from Tom Roberts.
Oh.
Hi, I haven't talked to you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I'm familiar with your OMS system for outage management, and I was wondering how that ties to the ILIS system.
Yeah, so ILIS system is our, after OMS system is our outage management system, which allows us to manage the outage while it's happening. But all the data that gets tracked and recorded at the end is in our ILIS system. So they are linked, but ILIS is a separate system.
But it does take data from the OMS.
Yes. Yeah.
Correct. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Arvin, thank you so much. Benson, appreciate you stepping in. Our next presenter is going to be Sandy Allen. I think he's going to talk about the updated outline for our May ramp report. After that, we will move to, I think, general Q&A and reserving a few minutes at the end to make sure we have time for closing remarks from both PG&E and the Safety Policy Division, should they wish. Sandy.
Ken, before we move to Sandy, I just wanted to make sure there was an opportunity to go over some of the leftover items that I'd raised from earlier today.
Yeah, I
So-
think we intended to capture that in the Q&A section. So once we close out with Sandy, we'll track back to some of those questions.
Okay, thanks.
Sir.
Next slide, please. Well, thanks for bearing with me, everyone, getting to this point in the day. And this shouldn't take too long, so we can get to the Q&A. But basically, you've heard our presentation of the preliminary ramp risks that we're contemplating including in the ramp report. And what you're seeing here is our proposed outline for the ramp report that that reflects that. In addition to listing the ramp risks that we've talked about, one of the key things we're going to try to do in this ramp report is a compliance requirement coming out of the Risk OIR Phase 1, Tracks 3 and 4 decision, which is to better align the 2024 ramp report with our GRC applications. So we looked at the exhibit structure for the 2023 GRC, which is likely to be similar, if not the same as what we'll do in the 2027 GRC. We tried to follow that exhibit structure as best we could. And note the words where feasible, because there's not going to be an exact one-for-one alignment between the two. But we are using the same exhibit numbers for gas operations, it's electric distribution in the GRC, but here it's electric operations, energy supply, and shared services. And similarly, the exhibit that precedes that is very similar to the GRC as well, how we talk about our risk management framework and our safety culture, policy and compensation, etc. And then there's a couple of chapters in there that are new to the ramp. The 2022 decision that came out of the Risk OIR requiring us to address environmental and social justice issues. We have a chapter on ESG and the pilot study plan that we were required to do, and how that will flow into certain risk chapters that follow. And same with climate resilience. We're reflecting alignment between the climate adaptation vulnerability assessment report that will be filed on the same day as the ramp report. So we're incorporating learnings from the CAVA filing that will be filed concurrently with the ramp in our ramp report. So that's kind of a high level how we're proposing to structure it. So I'll pause there to see if anyone has any questions on that.
I'm curious, have you done that before, the shared services, the employee and contractor safety and cybersecurity and the shared services? Did you do that in your previous GRC?
Yeah, in the 2023 GRC, it was bundled under the exhibit shared services, but it's effectively a combination of functional areas. It's an enterprise health and safety, so that's contractor and employee safety, IT, and then things like if we had risks like real estate or aviation, those would be in there as well. It's kind of an amalgamation of different organizations within PG&E that aren't asset-based organizations. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you. I see a raised hand. I can't see the person's name.
Yeah, this is Hafizer. It really caught my eyes on two topics for today's workshop. One is climate change resiliency, another one is ESG, which is environmental and social justice. I haven't seen any slide in this workshop at least discuss about those two items. Are you folks planning to discuss any of those items in the next workshop?
That's really not the theme of the next workshop. It's the cost-benefit approach implementation specifically. PG&E already developed an environmental and social justice pilot study plan, which was shared with the CPUC and other advocacy groups earlier this year. And we'll be including that as an appendix to our ramp report, as well as having this introductory chapter on it, which will then kind of point to where it's reflected in the individual risk mitigation chapters. I'm not aware of any immediate plans to have a workshop that addresses that specifically before the ramp filing.
No, I think this. Oh, sorry, Sandy.
Sorry, go
I was
ahead,
gonna
Ken.
say, this workshop is specific to, you know, our ramp risk list and presenting as we need to. And the next workshop will be adherence to the cost benefit approach. But you will see the ESJ pilot, you know, as required in our ramp report. So is good question, Napster, but that's our approach.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome. Okay.
Can I
no
just
further
ask a really
questions?
question?
Sorry, go ahead.
Going back, I noticed you call it risk mitigation plans. Is there a reason you left out the assessment part just to be shorter? I mean, but I mean, I just want to be clear. Each one of these will have the detailed risk assessment in it before you get to the mitigation, right?
Yes, it will. This was the same convention we used in the 2020 ramp report. So maybe it was for brevity, but yes, it'll definitely have the bow tie and all the modeling and assessment pieces before talking about proposed mitigations.
Wendy, I like that observation. I do.
Yeah, that's fair, guys. I think that's probably a carryover, as Sandy said, from the layout of the prior ramp and the GRC, and also carries on the specific wording of the RDF that talks about step 3 risk mitigation plan. But obviously, it looks at the entire bow tie, considers controls, considers current mitigations, and then the proposed mitigation plan and any alternative plans that we consider.
Okay, back to you, Ken.
Sandy, I appreciate it. We're not going to hit closing marks quite yet. I think we can just kind of move to a general Q&A, although I think most of our risk presenters have left this call to do other work. Tom, I know you had a pending question. I think Yumi has been discussing in the background. So Yumi, if you want to address that.
Yes, so could you go back to slide 11? And the question was around if we were to use risk neutral risk additive function, how the ramp risks or top 40% safety risks will change. Could we go back to the slide 11 so that we can see the list of the risks and scores? Yes. Next, yes, this one. So what will fall out of this list will be number 9, dam failure, number 10, the large overpressure event, cybersecurity event as well. So 8, 9, 10 will fall out of the top 40% safety risk. And those are because those tend to be higher consequence events. And then what will come into the top 40% safety risk will be from 13, 14, 15. So real estate and facilities failure, transmission overhead asset failure, and excess asset incident risk.
Yumi, this is Steve. Will this be stated in the RAM application? What you have just said, that instead, if a risk neutral shaping function were used, those 3 risks would drop out and 13, 14, and 15 would take their place instead. Would this be stated in the RAM application?
Well, I'm thinking not, because this is preliminary risks, and I expect that the risk values will change as we try to finalize the risk values.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you for that, Yumi. So I'm going to go back to my notes. I had that's related to one of my questions, and I appreciate your response. I also asked if we could see on this point, if we could see the scores, the actual scores based on the use of a neutral risk function and the implied multipliers.
Yes, we can provide that in the cost benefit demonstration workshop in April. We can include in the slide deck and also material about what is the monetized risk value, which will be the same as using risk neutral risk additive function. And also we can do the division between the two to show implied risk attitude adjustment factor.
Well, let me share remind folks of the other request I had, and I have in mind a different schedule for getting this information. The other thing I asked for was to see and this was also with respect to slide 11, the full risk scores for all the risks, which I think Paul said PG&E had calculated. The reason I'm interested in seeing these is that they relate to the issue at hand in this workshop, which is what's the right scope of risks for PG&E to address in its ramp report. And it seems like it would be better to get parties that information sooner rather than later if we have thoughts that we want to share with you about whether this is the right cut for the risks to examine. I would assume you'd want that from us pretty soon.
Yeah, Tom, I'm thinking about that one. And like I said, we have gone through an exercise to score all of our risks. The RDF order that we're operating under does not require us to do that. I think looking at some of the risks that you see a very small safety score, it's not going to change anything there. So I'm hesitant to do so, but I would like to confer with our team. Perhaps we take that away as something that has been requested of us, and we can consider that as a team.
Okay, I guess I thought that was something you were going to consider during the course of this workshop and get back to me on at the end, but I guess that didn't happen.
No, sorry to not meet your expectations there, Tom. That was something we were going to consider offline, not during the workshop today.
Okay. Well, when do you think you'll be able to get back? I'll just reiterate that if we do have feedback for you based on additional information, it seems like it would be good to get us the additional information sooner rather than later so that we can share that with you.
Yeah, let us take that one back, please, Tom, and we'll get back to you at a timely basis.
And same applies to the other information about the scores with a neutral scaling function and the implied multipliers. If we don't get that until April, doesn't seem to be very helpful for anybody. So can we talk about when we can get that information? Sounds like it's some information you already have.
Yeah, it is something that we have calculated, and we have the ability to look at the linear version of our risk scores as well. With regard to the top 12, I do not have a problem communicating those with interested parties. However, the RDF does allow us the flexibility to offer the risk scaling function for what we feel are low probability, high consequence events. And that's really what we're presenting today as our approach. In the CBR workshop, we can discuss how the specific construct of that came together.
Well, Tom, I'd suggest you give our team a chance to debrief on these two questions, and we can provide a response to the service lists we use to distribute materials by Friday, by the end of the week.
Okay, response to the service list sounds helpful, and by Friday sounds helpful. So that's useful. Yeah, thank you. By response, you mean whether you'll give us the information?
Just our approach to the question, how we want to kind of problem solve this, Tom.
Okay, and I just reiterate, all I'm doing is asking for information, right? I mean, you always, if you don't like the way if you give us the information, you don't like the way we're using it, that's something you can always say. So it seems like if you have the information, why not share it? I guess is my point.
Message received, Tom. We're going to talk internally about how we can get together and make sure people have what they need for their analysis. And we definitely agree with you on, feedback at this time is more valuable than later. So thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Ken.
Wendy, I saw you come on. I can't see hands very well through WebEx. I apologize.
Yeah, I came on, but I don't know if Chris Parks, I see hands if I look at the participants. He might have been before me.
Yeah, I just don't see hands. I apologize.
You were before me, Wendy.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chris. A couple of comments and questions. When I look at this, one thing is it's counterintuitive to me that some of these electrocution or other electric incidents like number 3, the public contact, wouldn't have any financial impacts, or even the contractor safety. It looks like you only have a safety risk value and no no other impact, no financial or even impact. So I just kind of wondered about that. And then the other comment I have was on the nuclear core damaging event. Speaking of low probability, high consequence events, it seems counterintuitive that it's less than 1, especially when you think about Fukushima. I know that you guys are, you have a different design and setup, but it just still seems like counterintuitive that it's so low. I think this was similar in the last ramp, but and anyway, I just wondered if you might want to comment on that.
So I think we've got 2 comments there, Wendy, and I would ask if we can just jump to page 59 in the slide deck. And I will point out, I don't know if I have the shared services team on the phone who could specifically address this question, but I will point out that we do have a financial consequence as a component of employee safety, and that's on page 59.
Yeah, but not for contractor or for public contact.
Yeah, for contractor, I could not speak to. I would need my partners in enterprise health and safety to help me with that one. We'll take your question. We can take your question away for public contact as to why there's only a safety component on that one. With regards to nuclear core damaging frequency, wow, that's a complicated question, and I do not have the nuclear team on the call today to address that one specifically. If I think about PRA models in general for nuclear power plants, that frequency is so low that the magnitude of that risk event, there are so many defense in depth protection systems in place, whether it be for environmentals or attack from a third party or what have you, but those events are so small. I hear what you say. Fukushima did change a lot. I was not working in the industry at that time, but prior to the Fukushima event, I don't actually recall if there were any events in the United States that registered a safety component. I think we're only talking 3 Mile Island.
Yeah, so I just wondered about that. Just I mean, I understand that, the defense in depth is, is bringing the safety risk down incredibly, but just to still, you were talking about the low probability, high consequence events. That would be the biggest one if you ever did have one.
Yeah, obviously there's sparse historical information on that one. If we think, international, Fukushima did get some coverage. I don't actually believe there's good information on Chernobyl about what actually happened and who was involved at the time. That's not reliable information. So the North American side's really what we've got.
Wendy, thank you for the comments, and we'll get back to you on the energized equipment question. Chris, I see your hand up. I can't really see other hands. So I think this is going to be the last question before we move to closing comments, if that's acceptable.
Sure, thank you. If we can go back briefly to slide 11, please. Okay, so just a couple of questions. One is, before I think there was a discussion about how the risk scaling affects which is in the top 40% or not, if I understood that right. Is that fair to say, Ken?
Sorry, you're asking the blue lines are in the top 40%, correct?
Yeah, but the selection of risk scaling affects which ones are there, which ones get moved around.
Yes.
That's correct, Christopher. I'm nodding in agreement that that's what you may explain in a response here, that 3 of these risks would fall out in the absence of a scaling function, and 3 others would come in.
Got it. So do you happen to know, so I don't know if you share, but do you happen to know whether that changes the top line then, the wildfire with PSPS and EPSS? That's going to remain at the top. Does it change any of the other numbers? Do you happen to know?
Yumi, do you want to take that one? I think wildfire remains our number 1, no matter what. The degree of separation from that second place, I'll let Yumi speak to if she has that to hand.
Yes, so the second top risk will be public contact with intact energized electrical equipment, which tends to be isolated one fatality event if it happens. So that will be top 2, second in the list if we use risk neutral. And then transmission, gas transmission risk that we covered today by Chris was going to be number 6.
But the number 1, will that remain number 1?
Yes, it will remain number 1.
And will the other numbers up there remain the same, the 342 and the 9737?
The number will be lower.
Okay. So I'm curious if, I don't know if it's possible at the CBR workshop. What I'd be really curious is how this analysis affects the actual proposed projects that come out of the GRC. So if PG&E were using one sort of scaling versus another, how does that, if there were possible at the CBR to say, well, this is like the mix of, say, undergrounding versus covered conductor versus, I don't know, a different mitigation, vegetation management, that this would lead to in a hypothetical GRC versus instead it was a different scaling mechanism, how that would be different. If that were possible at the CBR workshop, I think it would be very helpful to kind of be able to tie all this back to, what this ends up driving. So I was just going to make that as a consideration or a thought, if that's possible, because that would help me get more grounded in how this actually drives what happens in the general rate case proposals.
Right. I think that's a valid observation to make, Christopher. Thank you for that. And again, I expose my age from being part of this. This kind of takes us back to the 2017 ramp filing, where we did present the RSEs in both an expected value and a tail average perspective. And obviously, you've got those 2 scores. One of the things that PG&E endeavored to do with the inclusion of the risk scaling function is take consideration for those tail average events and bring them in to the overall score. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And just to be kind of respectful of time, Steve, are we good to kind of move to kind of closing comments?
Yeah.
Do you mind me asking one more question?
No.
Go ahead.
I actually had a burning question that I wanted to ask. I wonder if I can squeeze it in. So it's directed, question directed to Yumi and perhaps Vincent Lowe. So the PG&E's risk-averse risk scaling function is based on essentially market-based approach using insurance premiums, the prices of insurance premiums for both normal insurance and cat reinsurance. So I was just wondering how current are those data, the premium level data, and whether or not there is any anticipated changes in those premiums, big changes, not small changes, but big changes between now and 2027. So if there is any big movement anticipated between now and 2027, that could have a significant impact on the shape of the risk scaling function. So I just wonder whether or not you can opine on that.
I would say the current slope that we have put together in here is really initial starting point, and we haven't done or data gathering or full calibration as Vince has proposed. I mean, we have proposed in the risk wire. It's going to take time, and so we wouldn't know how much it's going to change. So data that we were using, I think we included in the risk wire white paper for the references. It may be a little bit not current, but that's the best estimate that we can start looking at the insurance and cat bonds data. But I think a lot more work will need to be done in the future.
Okay, thank you. So one last question from Wendy, and then we have to wrap this meeting up.
Yeah, thank you so much. I asked this when we met before, and I forgot to ask it today, but I wanted to ask again. Can you go to slide 59 really quickly, where you have the breakdown, the safety, reliability, financial? My comment and my question is how, particularly for wildfire, wait till you get there. There, thank you. Particularly for wildfire, there's a big difference now that, you know, safety is such a small component, as Tom Long was saying, 3.5% of the total risk score. So when we're doing our analysis of the CBR and, you know, doing that analysis, it's really not going to be very reflective of CBR, I mean, of safety benefits, it seems like, for the wildfire portion. It'll be really driven by more of the reliability, and then second by the financial. So I'm just wondering, how do we really make sure that we're focusing on the safety benefits when you're doing this analysis, particularly for the wildfire?
Yeah, Wendy, that's a good observation, and I'm going to have Yumi speak to this one as well. But just to respond to you on this, while we rank the risks by safety score, the total score is what is the basis for the CBR calculation. And again, as you point out, the ratio of safety to total, electric reliability to total, does change in this go around because of the monetized values of these risk attributes that we're using. We've seen the safety score go from an inferred $100 million, I'll say, on approximate, down to this $15.3 million per equivalent fatality. So that's a large reduction. I think it's about 8. Whereas the electric reliability component using the ICE calculator does increase from $1 and some change in the previous methodology to $3.23 in this particular one. So we've seen one come down by a significant amount. We've observed this too, and we've seen the increase on the reliability. Now, as well, there is the calculated indirect safety component coming out of that reliability that converts back over to safety. So you are adding a little bit in to the safety component for both direct and indirect. So I think it's still representative, but you are correct. When we change the monetized values by so much, it does have a composition change on that total score. Yumi, would you like to add anything there? I know you're close to these numbers.
Yeah, so that's one thing that we are keen on as well. If we use these numbers directly then and look at the CBR, it's going to be significantly lower in terms of the safety contribution. And that is driven by a number of factors, as Paul explained. One thing that I did, the back of the envelope calculation on what will be the safety risk proportion if we were to reduce the increase the safety implied value of statistical life to about $100 million, like we used to have in the MAVF, and also reduce the reliability value by 3, then and also remove the impact of EPSS and PSPS on the safety, then the safety risk contribution to the total risk score will be close to what we had before, maybe 40%. So we are looking at, we don't, PSPS is the last resort. We don't want to plan our permanent mitigations, assuming that PSPS will continue. And so in the calculation of the CBRs for wildfire mitigations, we'll be looking at the test year baseline risk that Andy showed in the first slide. There are 2 quotiles, but the one with the without the PSPS and EPSS impact that had higher risk score and higher safety risk score, such that we can drive the safety related investments permanently.
Okay, so you are planning to separate that out. That's and focus on that. Yeah, because I do think it is being driven also by the PSPS and EPSS, the fact that the safety risk score is down so much, so it's going to be hard.
I think we should wrap this up now. Let's Joe Mitchell. No more questions. I mean, one last question from Joe, and then no more questions. And we need to.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to bring out at this point the contribution of wildfire smoke based on, we've put in comment on, I think, everybody's WMPs and GRCs that this is a missing component, and based on sort of rough numbers, you expect that to drive the safety risk, especially now that it has been you reduced the statistical value of life down to what's something more in line with the federal numbers. You might want to consider doing what SDG&E does and putting in an approximation until we figure out better methodologies to do this, because you're talking, potentially hundreds of unknown fatalities coming out of a major wildfire. So, it's something that should be taken into account if you're going to, especially since the risk or the safety factor has been reduced so much. Thanks.
All right. Steve, I'm going to ask Paul to close this out from PG&E, and then we'll turn it over to you, and you can close this out completely.
Okay, guys, thank you very much. I had a few notes to go here, but in the interest of time, I want to make sure everybody gets about their business. So all I want to do is say thank you to the CPUC for hosting this public workshop. I want to thank the parties for their engagement and for their questions. It really does help us to think about things from different perspectives. And I also want to thank as I said in my opening comments, when we prepare these filings, this is an organizational wide effort. And I think you got a glimpse of that today from some of the folks that presented. So I want to thank our functional area subject matter experts that joined for their individual presentations. And I look forward to closing out our feedback and preparing for our April to be scheduled workshop. And with that, I'll hand it back over to you, Steve, and wish everybody a safe day.
Okay, thank you, Paul and Ken. I just want to thank everyone today for the active participation today. Parties and CPUC staff alike generated a lot of good discussions and asked many thoughtful and insightful questions and provided a great deal of feedback. And I hope that PG&E has found the questions and feedback helpful. As one last feedback to PG&E, I'll just say that for future RAMs, it probably would be more helpful to both parties and CPUC staff to hold this first pre-filing workshop perhaps a little earlier. A month or two earlier would probably give parties more time to give more timely feedback. As it is now, it's somewhat late in the game. I don't know how flexible PG&E will be to incorporate all the feedback into the RAM application. So this is just something to keep in mind. But other than that, I want to thank everyone's active participation today. With that, this meeting's workshop is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Have a good afternoon.
everybody.
Thank you, Steve, everyone.
And IT staff, what do I need to do to stop the recording and make sure it's saved properly?